Chapter 1148, Hunt. Inside the Merlot battlefield, there were all sorts of strange energies clashing and mixing with one another. The moment Yu Zhong entered the place, he could sense as though he had emerged in a different world, with different rules and law. He turned around and could no longer see the path he came from, nor Annie who had entered with him. All of a sudden, a strange piece of white jade engraved with runes landed on his hands. As he grabbed it, he could sense Annie's aura, as a message transmitted directly through it. This is a jade token. With it, you can sense my location, and can even use it to communicate. It would not cause any spiritual fluctuations or energy reverberations. If there's nothing, try not to contact me. Yu Zhong laughed lightly and kept the token. The next moment, he waved his hands and donned on the stealth armor. At the moment he put it on, he disappeared entirely, without a single trace of his presence, causing the invisible Annie beside him to be shocked as well. He truly has extraordinary methods. Without the jade token, I would not be able to tell where he was. No wonder he has such confidence to hunt them down. However, even if he has the stealth, can he cope with the combat? I wonder if the Merlot battlefield would affect those nanobugs of mine. Those are precious tracking devices from the Mech Kingdom. If they're destroyed, it would be problematic. Yu Zhong glanced at his watch, and noticed that there was still an update on the location of the bugs. Got it! Yu Zhong then zeroed in on their location, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile, and he quickly shot towards them. Within the Merlot battlefield, under the terrifying strength of the true gods of the past, regions had been carved out, but their energies were relatively stable. Within each area, a unique biological system had emerged and thrived, housing numerous life forms. Inside a mountain range, 3 men and 1 woman were standing at the precipice, looking within, their eyes filled with wild joy. One of them, a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, decked in white-silver armor and a huge broadsword on his back, spoke up in excitement. This is the fluctuation of a true god's will. This is great, it will be a perfect cultivation ground for our wills. As long as we can withstand the pressure and comprehend the lingering will left behind, we could forge our wills, and when we break through to the Type 9 realm in the future, it would be beneficial to our foundations. Another small and scrawny man who stood only at 1.42 looking like a small kid, chuckled. Our Luke is pretty good, to be able to come across this stable true God's will. If it was too wild, we would be unable to utilize it, in fact, we might die under the might. Such a stable area is truly getting rare. The only woman of the group, who had 2 ponytails and an ordinary figure, wielding a huge sword on her back as well, looked towards the lead male with a hint of fervor. This is all due to Maruf. If he did not insist on checking this area, we would not have discovered this location. At this moment, the last male, who had been keeping silent all this time while surveying the environment, warily shouted out with a crestfallen expression, "Watch out!" Right after he shouted, he had already waved his hands and caused a number of energy shields to appear. At the same time, he had pulled out a round mechanical plate, tossing it to form a huge mechanical wall to protect them. At that moment, the 30 green-faced ghosts appeared in a flash and slammed into the mechanical barrier viciously. With a loud bang, the mechanical barrier collapsed, not even slowing them down in the slightest. The defense of the barrier was supposed to be shocking, capable of withstanding even the strikes of a peak Type 8 powerhouse. However, with the joint efforts of the 30 green-faced ghosts, their combined might was terrifying enough to destroy the barrier. "Ha, go to hell!" The leader, Yi Cha Ghost, had laughed out savagely the moment the barrier was crushed, and reached out to grab the Holy Sun who had thrown out the plate, and squeezed viciously. "Ah!" The Holy Sun screamed out in agony, as blood poured out of all his orifices, every single bone and organ within him crushed. There was an intense look of pain, suffering, and despair at the moment of his death. Good. This is the expression, it's just too savory. Yi Cha ghost cackled and tossed the corpse into his mouth, his sharp teeth closing down and gibbled up the holy sun. The short and scrawny holy son screamed out in fear, as he was grabbed by two of the green-faced ghosts. No! The two ghosts grinned evilly and grabbed him at one end each, before tugging with all their might, directly tearing the holy son in two. At the moment the small holy son was killed, another two green-faced ghosts flew out and gobbled up his spine. Maruf was the only Peak-type 8 powerhouse within this group, and due to the blockade of the other two, he had gained some time to react, as he waved his hands and 36 golden pearls appeared. The moment the 36 pearls materialized, and released a powerful radiance that enveloped Maruf. This particular treasure was called the 36 Scorpio Golden Protection. Among the human race, it was the strongest defensive treasure. Once activated, even a half-step Type 9 powerhouse would not be able to break it in a short time. As the green-faced ghosts continued to slam into the shield, it only served to create temporary dents, and there did not seem to be any way they could break through in the short future. Water Domain. The eyes of the lady narrowed as she activated her trump card, causing powerful water bodies to gush out from her, wrapping the surroundings. Domain? Do you think that only you humans know domains? Break for me. One of the holy sun-grade green-faced ghosts had a vicious look, as he roared out with mad laughter and emitted a powerful ruthless domain that was shrouded in red, which slammed into the holy daughter's water domain. At that moment, 5 others also laughed, and revealed another 5 ruthless domains, slamming the water domain viciously. WTH 6 powerful domains, assaulting the water domain of an equal level. It did not take long for the water domain to be obliterated completely. Just as the domain collapsed, one green-faced ghost shot forward to the chance and seized the holy daughter when she was defenseless, and gripped her tightly. She revealed a look of despair as she screamed, the majority of her bones already broken. Save me! Maruf! Save me! Maruf took a look at the holy daughter who had always held him in high regard, Xiang Mahui, and his eyes turned red, releasing a roar that sounded like a wounded beast. Damn bastards! Xiao Hui! Bastards! However, while the 36 Scorpio Golden Protection had an amazing defense, the person within was also considered trapped, unable to move to save or attack anyone. This was a sort of last resort. If Maruf had not been forced to the edge, he would not have used this. Once utilized, he could not save his friends or comrade. The green-faced ghost grabbing Xiang Mahui looked at the struggling holy daughter, and he revealed a cruel smile, opening his jaws and was about to bite down. The lower half of Xiang Mahui's body had been crushed, her domain broken, and her strength already 90% sapped. There was no way she could defend herself, and as she stared at the incoming jaws, her eyes were filled with despair, her tears and snot flowing as she sobbed, "No! No! Save me! Somebody!" Purring. As the green-faced ghost was about to swallow Xiang Mahui, his head suddenly exploded as though he was struck by a huge hammer of over 1 billion tons. Red and white matter, as well as its ugly countenance, was blasted to the side. The death of that green-faced ghost seemed to trigger a chain effect, as the green-faced ghosts beside him also had their heads blasted apart. In just a few breaths, 4 of them had died mysteriously. With their deaths, the strongest among them, Yi Cha Ghost, had a fearful countenance as he roared, "Enemy attack! There's an enemy here! He's in stealth and is very strong. Watch out!" Chapter 1149. Wiping out the Green-Faced Ghost. As Yi Cha Ghost screamed out the warning, an incredibly vast domain suddenly shrouded the entire area, as the Devil Domain appeared and suppressed the remaining 26 green-faced ghosts. Within the domain, numerous devils pounced onto the 26 ghosts, devouring their body, as the thick devil chi also began invading their bodies, preventing them from moving. Yuzhong himself was like a fish in water within the domain, flickering and teleporting on top of each of the ghosts, bursting their heads with a single punch. Yu Zhong had locked down on these weak green-faced ghosts. In front of him, they were helpless and could only be killed. Within a breath's time, 10 of them had their heads exploded, their life force absorbed cleanly by Yu Zhong. 6 others were also torn apart by the devils within the devil domain. As Yu Zhong continued to grow stronger, the god-devil domain of his also continued increase in strength. The remaining 10 green-faced ghosts were all shocked and furious, each of them channeling their domains, as the powerful ruthless domains appeared, smashing within the devil domain in a bid to break out. The powerful and violent energy surged, clashing against Yu Zhong's devil domain as both sides continued to wear each other down. It's useless. Accept your deaths obediently. At that moment, Yu Zhong charged up to one of the ruthless domains, his fist obliterating everything in his path, slamming into the body of that green-faced ghost. A powerful might exploded forth, tearing the green-faced ghost apart, and the flesh and blood were directly consumed by the devilish manifestations, becoming their nourishment. Yi Cha Ghost roared out in rage, slamming the devil domain with all his might. Gather? Only when we combine, we can kill this freak. Inside the devil domain, sound, spirit, and wills could not be transmitted. They could only rely on their utmost strength to scatter some of their devil energy, to communicate with their allies. It was because this god-devil domain was so heaven-defying that Yu Zhong had the confidence to deal with all 30 of them. Combine? No chance. Die. Yu Zhong walked out of thin air and sent a fist towards Yi Cha Ghost. You're still far off from being able to kill me. Green Ghost Transformation. There was a fierce glint in Yi Cha Ghost's eyes as his body began to convulse, and his muscles and bones began to transform at a visible pace, becoming stronger and thicker. At the same time, there was a metallic luster coursing through his arms. He sent out a punch, meeting Yu Zhong's. The Green Ghost Transformation was a secret art of the green-faced ghost clan. After executing this art, Yi Cha Ghost's physique could become 5 times as powerful. His fist would be no less than 30 times as powerful. Impossible! How could a human's physique be so strong? You're just a Type 8 powerhouse, how could you be so strong? With a loud explosion, Yi Cha Ghost's right fist was obliterated by Yu Zhong's, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, while his eyes were filled with shock. Yu Zhong was also knocked back. However, he had just flown a few meters, when he disappeared and reappeared behind Yi Cha Ghost, sending another fist at his back. Inside this devil domain, Yu Zhong could will it and teleport anywhere. It was almost an invincible area for him. At that moment, Yi Cha Ghost's body glowed brightly, and a green shield appeared over his body. In his right hands, he even held AC-3 grade protection. Yu Zhong's fist slammed into the shield, and a terrifying force exploded out, destroying the shield completely. When the C3 grade shield was destroyed, there was a hint of madness in Yi Cha Ghost's eyes. Human, don't kill me. I know the position of a treasury in this Merlot battlefield. Let me and my people off, I'll tell you where it is. As long as you become my puppet, everything of yours will become mine. Yu Zhong did not waste time on any bullshit, as he stepped out and appeared in front of Yi Cha Ghost, grabbing his head in a claw-like grip. With a cold laugh, he knocked him out, the terrifying strength surging through Yi Cha Ghost's head. At the same time that the Yi Cha Ghost was knocked out, a Type 8 puppet rune was sent into his head, turning Yi Cha Ghost into a puppet. With his death, although the remaining green-faced ghosts were still trying to escape, Yu Zhong took them out one by one. Not long after, the devil domain was retracted into Yu Zhong's body, leaving only Yi Cha Ghost kneeling in front of Yu Zhong to express his loyalty. Annie was hidden in a corner, and she witnessed how Yu Zhong had dealt with 30 green-faced ghosts, her heart full of shock. Strong. How could he be this formidable? To actually clear 30 green-faced ghosts. Even if it was a sneak attack, isn't such strength too shocking? Only those holy sons at the half-step Type 9 stage would be a match for him. In a battle, a sneak attack would give a preemptive advantage. Yu Zhong relied on it to launch the devil domain on them. That was how he kept them apart and took them out one by one. Had they been prepared and stuck together, then even a half-step Type 9 powerhouse might not be able to take them out so quickly. Even so, it proved Yu Zhong's overbearing might. Yu Zhong could sense the atmospheric energy within him coursing through his body, and he grinned with a hint of excitement. Not bad. The life force from those 29 Type 8 green-faced ghosts helped increase the energy within me. However, I still need much more to reach the peak of the Type 8 realm. Currently, the half-crippled Xiang Mahui looked at Yu Zhong, pleading bitterly, "Save me? Save me!" With her whole body crushed, had it been anyone else, they would have died. However, a Type 8 powerhouse could be said to be near the peak of the power chain, their life force strong, hence, even if she was crippled, she would not die so fast. Maruf stared at Yu Zhong and said, "Brother, please save me. I'm Holy Sun Maruf from the Southern Temple, and she is Xiang Mahui of the Eastern Temple. As long as you save her, we will repay you in the future. I'm Divine Envoy Yu Zhong from the Central Temple. As humans, I will definitely help her." Yu Zhong sent a yellow vial of liquid into her mouth. She quickly opened her mouth and swallowed it. The moment the liquid coursed through her body, there were loud cracking sounds, as her broken bones and organs were recovering at a visible rate. Soon, she leaped to her feet and thanked Yu Zhong with gratitude. "Thank you." The technology of the Great God World was incredibly advanced, even more so than the Mech Kingdom. No matter the injury, with the right medicine, one could recover quickly. Only those attacks with wills imbued or laws within them would be tough to deal with. Many powerhouses had to carry such injuries throughout their lives once struck with such afflictions. Their strength cut down over time and in the end, perishing. Xiang Mahui pointed to the chasm and spoke, "Yu Zhong, there's a will imprint of a true god within, you can go down and try cultivating." When Maruf heard this, his brows furrowed, but he soon regained his composure and did not say anything. "Sure." Without standing on ceremony, his figure disappeared into the chasm. Xiang Mahui looked at Maruf within the 36 Scorpio Golden Protection, her gaze complicated. She knew the function of the 36 Scorpio Golden Protection. Once used, it meant that Maruf had already treated his life as important and had abandoned her. Her love and awe for him had been doused in a bucket of cold water, and it was no longer the same. Xiang Mahui did not say much, as she just turned around and chased after Yu Zhong. Seeing her leaving back, Maruf's face changed multiple times, as he eyed the 36 Scorpio Golden Protection, not knowing what to think. When Yu Zhong arrived on the mountain, he could feel an overbearing pressure, seemingly capable of suppressing the entire world, lingering in the atmosphere. Before this lingering will, he was like a small ant. Compared to this powerful will, the Type 9 nine-headed dragonhawk that Yu Zhong came across the other time was not even worth mentioning. Chapter 1150. True God Expert's Will. Yu Zhong sensed the will capable of covering the entire world, and his eyes lit up in a pleasant surprise. What a powerful will! Currently, after Yu Zhong had experienced that battle, he had already comprehended the usage of will. He was hoping to temper his own will as well, since it would benefit him when he was stepping into the half-Type 9 realm. Feeling the powerful will, Yu Zhong steeled himself and walked steadily into the inner mountain, and with each step, the pressure increased. Not too long after, Xiang Mahui also flew into the chasm, resisting the effects of the will as she walked further in to temper her own will. In the great God world, it was a constant battle to reach the top. That was the cruel reality of the world. Even a female cultivator would constantly train herself given the chance to become a true expert. Yu Zhong's evolved god-devil body was the most perfect physique and strongest of the god-level physique. It represented the peak of the 800 worlds and empowered the owner to have high comprehension talent. Not only could Yu Zhong sense the will, but he was also able to feel a hidden, unyielding aura, as well as other strange powers. As he sensed it and absorbed the will in order to temper his understanding towards the laws and principles, Yu Zhong's speed became even slower. Not long after, Maruf also chased up, and he did not say anything, before charging right into the narrow tunnel containing the terrifying will. Resisting the will, Maruf continued to soar forward, surpassing Yu Zhong's speed. When he passed by Yu Zhong, he shot him a look, revealing a self-confident smile. Seems like your will isn't strong. Although your combat power is strong, a person with a weak will would never be able to become a Type 9 powerhouse. I will surpass you in the future. Following the passage of time, the three of them traversed further and further down the path. When Xiangma Hui reached the 200m mark, her face turned pale, and she crumpled to the floor, gasping for air while her eyes were filled with shock. Maruf also started turning pale the moment he crossed the 200m mark. It was no longer as easy to continue, each step as heavy as though a mountain was pressing down on him. He struggled for another 30m before his body buckled, and he stuck to the floor, with no way to move. While gasping for air, he braved a throbbing headache and retreated step by step. So terrifying, this is a will of a true god expert. And to think that this is a relatively calm and stable one. If it had been filled with any killing intent, it would have done me in the first instance. A true god expert is too terrifying. As he was crawling back, the sounds of steady footsteps sounded from behind. Maruf turned to look and noticed Yu Zhong progressing slowly but steadily over. He continued to walk casually, soon passing Xiangma Hui, and did not look like he was going to stop. Under Maruf's envious gaze, he continued forward, surpassing Maruf in a relaxed manner. Maruf saw how easily Yu Zhong went past him and was filled with jealousy. At the same time, what he hated more was that Yu Zhong did not even look at him from the start till the end, as though he had never placed him in his eyes, not treating him as competition. Damn it! How is his will so strong as well? Annie, who had been hiding all this while, eyed Yu Zhong's back with shock in her eyes. Strong. His will is really terrifying as well. Truly a talent that is capable of triggering the tiger and dragon image. Annie could only walk up to a location about 170m in and had no choice but to stay back. She could sense that her strength was enough to get her to the 180m mark, but still far from comparable to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong maintained his rhythm, and when he passed the 300m mark, he finally felt some form of pressure. When he reached the 360m, an overbearing pressure weighed down on him, slamming into his will like a storm. Under the torrential assault, Yu Zhong's face turned pale, his back breaking out in sweat, and it looked as though he had just come out from the sea. Yu Zhong shut his eyes and focused on his avatar within his sea of consciousness. The attacking will appeared within Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness, forming into a humanoid character decked in golden armor, his features sharp and saintly, emitting the aura of a ruler of life and death. He stared at Yu Zhong in disdain, declaring contemptuously, "Despicable ant! Kneel and submit, and I shall grant you eternal life and endless glory." With those words, there was a feeling that rose up in Yu Zhong's mind, as though he was an ordinary beggar, looking up at a majestic emperor, and he was filled with fear and awe. It was as though that the true god expert was a natural ruler, and he did not need to consider further about expressing his fealty. "No, I cannot kneel." Just as he was about to get to his knees, his inner self roared out in fury and shook him back to clarity. Before the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary person. His biggest dream was to open a medium-sized enterprise with his close buddies, living a comfortable and secure life. Even if he had to bow to authority or bigger powers, he could only accept it helplessly. However, throughout the apocalypse, he had been through so many battles and slowly reached this stage. He had already transformed from a nobody into a ruler and an expert. He could sense that the moment he bowed to this true God expert, then from this moment on, even if he reached the true God stage with his God-devil body, he would be doomed never to advance further in his cultivation. You're already a dead man, the dead should go back to their graves. Let me send you back there. Inside Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness, the small avatar of Yu Zhong suddenly grew larger, and let out a powerful roar, filled with strength, and he emitted a powerful combat intent while charging at the true God expert. The true God expert saw Yu Zhong charging over, and his face fell while roaring out, "Audacious! You dare to antagonize the might of a true God! Break for me!" Under that ordinary finger, all things in the universe seemed to be sucked into him and began to press down upon Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's body was immediately crushed and destroyed by that pressure. However, just as that avatar disintegrated, another one of him appeared within the sea of consciousness. As it appeared, he charged towards the true God expert once more, utilizing his strongest technique in his arsenal, the yin-yang palm. "This is my consciousness. As long as my will is not eradicated, I will keep reviving in here. Whereas you're just a lingering will. Your strength will diminish over time, and you will be ground away by me. Just accept your death obediently and be a part of me." Wishful thinking. Lowly existence. Even if I'm just a will, I'm enough to wipe you out. You might be undying in here, but each time your avatar gets crushed, the pain should be intense and wrecks you. When you aren't able to hold out, it will be when your will is crushed and you will die. The true God expert laughed coldly, and fired another finger, causing the pressure of the universe to weigh down and meet Yu Zhong's yin-yang palm, destroying it as well as the avatar in the process. The yin-yang palm might be extremely powerful, it was still a technique derived by a Type 7 powerhouse. While it was useful against others, it was definitely not as effective against a true God expert. It felt like the entire universe was suppressing him. Inside the sea of consciousness, Yu Zhong's avatar appeared, again and again, charging at the true God expert with his yin-yang palm once more. The expert just continued to point out with his cosmic finger, crushing Yu Zhong each time. The fight in Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness affected his true body, as he laid crumpled on the ground, rolling around in agony, while his face was contorted with pain. Each time he gets annihilated, it felt like he had just been through a car crash. If it was not for his resolute will, and the intense desire to live, he would have died long ago. However, at the same time, while his avatar kept being crushed, in the process of reforming, his will became stronger. At the same time, the lingering will became weaker as time passed. After all, he was not a true God expert, but just a residual intent. "Break for me!" As Yu Zhong was destroyed for the 100th time, he directly condensed a cosmic finger, pointing it at the true God expert as the power of the universe surged into this attack of his. Chapter 1151. Absorbing the Will. The gaze of the true God expert was as cold and pointed out with his own cosmic finger. The two powerful universes clashed, and the resulting force caused the avatar of Yu Zhong to crumble once more. The true God expert's avatar was also rocked until he lost an arm, which transformed into countless motes of light, spreading within Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness. Inside the sea of consciousness, Yu Zhong's avatar had gained the advantage, absorbing the bits and pieces of the true God expert's will, reforming swiftly once more. This time, the reformed avatar of Yu Zhong possessed a sliver of saintly and majestic aura, exuding a powerful bearing. As for the true God expert's avatar, while it still seemed as imposing as ever, its aura was weaker, and within Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness, as long as Yu Zhong's will was indomitable, and kept reforming, the true God expert was at a disadvantage, since he could not reform. How much he expended was how much he lost. This time break for me. There was a look of confidence in Yu Zhong's eyes, as he fired out the cosmic finger once more, pressuring the true God expert. Even after losing the right arm, the true God expert continued to fire out another cosmic finger with his remaining arm. The two forces clashed once more, but this time, the universe of the true God expert crumbled, while his body also broke down, and was absorbed by Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness. After the avatar of the true God expert was obliterated, Yu Zhong's will and spirit underwent another round of baptism. With the tempering earlier, he had become stronger once more. Making use of the God-Devil imprint, he could absorb life force like nobody's business, evolving quickly. However, in terms of the will, he had to temper himself through the countless fights and battles. Before ascending to the Type 9 realm, there was no issue with this method. In order to break through the Type 9 bottleneck, however, and to reach the legendary Type 10 realm, he had to possess an incredible amount of will. It did not matter if it was good or evil, there was only absolute strength. Only then could one break out of the cage to control his own destiny. After obliterating the true God expert's will from his consciousness, Yu Zhong opened his eyes, revealing a sharper glint within them. With a thought, the fresh blood on his face disappeared. He stood up, and braving the pressure once more, he continued forward. Since the avatar had been dealt with, the remaining will had no source, and while the pressure was still huge, it was unable to hold Yu Zhong back. As he braved the pressure, Yu Zhong went further and deeper into the chasm, finally arriving at the deepest part of the mountain. At the deepest part of the chasm, there was a stone with a remnant dark red color. From time to time, a strong will would diffuse out from it, adding on to the surrounding will. Yu Zhong eyed the stone, sighing in his heart, this should be the fresh blood of the true God expert. They cannot grow old and die and have eternal youth, but they can still be killed by others. Seems like a true God expert is not the peak of evolution. Yu Zhong had read up on the topic of will while in the holy heavens, and he reached out to grab the red stone. When his hand came in contact with the red stone, a powerful will swarmed into his body and assaulted his sea of consciousness, forming the avatar of the true God expert once more. The same scene appeared once again, as the armored true God expert shot Yu Zhong a disdainful look and ordered, "Despicable ant! Kneel and submit, and I shall grant you eternal life and endless glory." This was just a lingering will of the true God expert, and could only react mechanically. With a cold look in Yu Zhong's eyes, his avatar formed, and fired out a cosmic finger at the true God expert. "I've killed you once, I'll kill you again." The lingering will had no expression, as he immediately channeled the same cosmic finger at Yu Zhong. Not long after, the lingering will was destroyed by a punch of Yu Zhong. When the true God expert was destroyed by Yu Zhong, the dark red stone in his hands also crumbled and turned to dust. When the stone crumbled, the pressure in the tunnel disappeared without a trace. When Maruf felt the pressure disappear, he was filled with even more envy towards Yu Zhong. He absorbed the will? Damn it! It would take at least 60 years for even a half-step Type 9 powerhouse to fully absorb the core of a true God expert. How could he do it so fast? What a freak! Annie eyed Yu Zhong from afar, with shock in her eyes. Every single fellow who could trigger the phenomenon were truly heaven-defying talents. In just a day's time, he had actually finished consuming the will of the true God expert. His future potential is limitless. The legends are indeed true. With his capabilities, it is just a matter of time before he hits the Type 9 realm. With enough opportunities, it is not impossible for him to become a true God expert as well. Originally, Annie was quite bitter about the fact that Yu Zhong had triggered that image, and thought that he was not necessarily her match. However, she could not help but acknowledge that the gulf between their strength was huge, and it would only grow bigger. Yi Cha Ghost, who had been waiting at one side, kneeled down, Congratulations, Master, for absorbing the will of this true God expert. From now on, your cultivation will be smooth. As long as you have gathered enough strength, you will be able to reach the half-step Type 9 realm. With additional space laws, you will become a true Type 9 powerhouse. Yuzhong opened his eyes as two sharp gleams shot out from them, and his gaze was filled with power, causing Yi Cha Ghost to be slightly fearful of looking. Yi Cha Ghost, was the treasury you spoke of real or fake? Where's the location? Yi Cha Ghost lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Master, the treasury is real. Based on the information on hand, it is around this area. As for its exact location, I'm not too sure. However, based on the intel, there should be many entrances. There might even be one in this area. Yuzhong's heart shook as he assessed the location. Is it here? The location that the true God experts will had been located was a flat land, and at a glance, there did not seem to be anything out of the ordinary. It's right here. With a thought, his powerful perception stretched out and scanned the area, discovering a small corner where there was a ripple of space. With a flash, Yuzhong appeared in front of the corner. With a powerful tug, he tore a hole out of the space. Yuzhong looked at the space and frowned, giving an order to Yi Cha Ghost. You go and test it out. In the Merlot battlefield, the danger was everywhere, and Yuzhong did not dare to walk around, thus he needed a guinea pig. Yes, Master. Yi Cha Ghost replied and charged into the spatial tiers. In a few breaths Yi Cha Ghost came back out and reported, Master, everything is normal over there, there's a lot of resources. It is definitely a treasure ground. From my intel, it should be the treasury. When Yuzhong heard this, his body flickered and he flew through the spatial tear. Xiang Mahui, Maruf and Annie shot through after Yuzhong. Yi Cha Ghost was left at the entrance, acting as a protector. The moment Yuzhong stepped through, he went through the spatial tear and appeared on the other side. The other side was a vast place, with no end in sight, and numerous mountains forming a mountain range. All across the land, there were many precious herbs and grasses that were filled with spiritual energy, capable of transforming a person. Xiang Mahui looked at a particular patch of red grasses, her eyes filled with heated passion as she charged up there. She grabbed it carefully and placed it in her storage bag. This is the divine blood grass, and legend has it that it is formed after absorbing a huge amount of blood from half-god powerhouses. It can help an expert of the Type 7 realm and above go through a metamorphosis. To Type 8 experts, it definitely is effective to a certain extent. Each stock is worth at least 10,000 contribution points. How could there be so many? Within the holy heavens, experts were numerous, and most of them had some spatial treasures. Many holy sons and holy daughters had their own spatial treasures. Maruf looked at a particular tree in the distance, his eyes flashing with a strange glint as he charged over. That's the lightning pearl jade fruit. It is particularly helpful for cultivators who trained in lighting attribute arts. It only bears fruit every 3,000 years, and it's incredibly rare. To think that would be so many here. Chapter 1152. Undying Devil Spirit. Yuzhong looked at Maruf dashing towards the lightning pearl jade fruit tree, and he suddenly felt a bad premonition. He shouted, Watch out! Maruf! Come back! Damn, after I obtain those fruits, I will have earned a fortune. Who would give a damn about you? Maruf did not stop when he heard Yuzhong's warning. Instead, he pushed his speed faster towards the tree. At that moment, the earth split open, and a huge hand covered with huge spikes burst out, grabbing Maruf with lightning speed. Bastard, break for me! Great vanquishing sword finger! Maruf was also a powerhouse at the peak Type 8 realm. Facing such a situation, he roared out in rage and executed his secret technique. His entire being seemed to transform into an incredibly sharp sword. It seemed as though there was nothing he could not pierce, and he slashed out at the huge hand. The great vanquishing sword finger was a top-tier technique, excelling in offense, and if a Type 9 powerhouse were to be struck by Maruf, he or she would also be greatly injured. With this technique, he had killed numerous experts. At the moment that Maruf executed the skill, Yu Zhong did not even bother any further, as he flickered and fled towards the distance. When Annie saw Yu Zhong's strange actions, her heart turned cold and she quickly followed, fleeing towards the distance. Xiang Mahui was stunned, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Maruf's huge sword slashed down on the huge hand covered in spikes and caused an earth-shaking roar. A terrifying shockwave blasted outwards. A terrifying scene full of despair then unfolded, as the sword that was capable of damaging even a Type 9 powerhouse could not slice into the hand. Instead, it had cracked and was on the verge of breaking apart. Maruf stared at the unharmed hand, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Impossible? How could there be such a monster in this world? Inside the great god world, the strongest existences were the Type 9 powerhouses. However, even they could not withstand Maruf's great vanquishing sword finger. Now, some mysterious hand that popped out from the ground was unaffected by it, causing him to feel shocked and fearful. Right, this is a terrifying thought that flashed past his mind. At that moment, the huge hand grabbed out at him viciously, squeezing hard, and the sharp spikes drove deep into his body, while the immense strength squashed Maruf into minced meat. Maruf is dead. This is an undying devil spirit. An undying devil spirit. I need to flee. I need to flee. Xiang Mahui watched Maruf being squashed to death, and her heart was filled with fear, turning around to flee in panic. At the moment she turned, the earth split apart, and a towering figure of over 20 m, with countless spikes covering its body and a dense, indomitable aura shrouding it. Its face was savage, and it exuded a terrifying bloodlust and killing intent as it emerged from the ground. This was the strongest and most dangerous existence within the Merlot battlefield, the undying devil spirit. These spirits were existences that had resulted in the battles of true god experts. They were condensed from the battle lust, killing intent and powerful laws. Having absorbed the constant anger and hatred and dark feelings, they only knew to eliminate all living things around them, absorbing their death energy as well as negative emotions at the point of death. These undying devil spirits had a hint of those true god experts' soul. Thus, even half-step true god-level powerhouses without any gold-grade weapons would not be able to deal with them. As for low-level Type 9 powerhouses, they simply posed no threat to these powerful existences. There were also different strengths to them, with the strongest being capable of eliminating a half-step true god powerhouse. Due to this, the Merlot battlefield ground was largely a forbidden ground, where even half-step true god experts would not dare be careless. As the undying devil spirit climbed out of the ground, it eyed the fleeing Xiang Mahui, and its eyes flashed with a vicious glint. It immediately leaped forward, closing the distance between them, and grabbed out at her. Xiang Mahui was so frightened that her face turned ashen, and activated her water domain at the first moment, causing a large torrential water body to envelop her, while she disappeared from where she was. Within the domain, she could transform into a drop of water, hiding among the body of water to escape. The eyes of the undying devil spirit turned cold, as two saintly beams shot out from its eyes, shining upon the water domain. It immediately caused anything of transformation to be revealed. Its right hand then shot out and tore through the domain, grabbing Xiang Mahui. She began screaming while her strength was sealed by the spirit, as her body trembled from the fear and despair. "No! Don't kill me! I don't want to die!" The undying devil spirit took a look at the pleading Xiang Mahui, and with a cruel flash of its eyes, its hands closed tightly. With a loud paw, she was instantly squashed flat, turning into a pile of minced meat. After killing her, the spirit turned towards the direction where Yu Zhong fled, and its perception sweeping out towards him. However, since Yu Zhong put on the stealth armor, capable of retracting all signs and presence of him. No matter how the spirit tried, it was unable to detect Yu Zhong. After sweeping around for a few minutes, the undying devil spirit then took in a deep breath, and let out a powerful roar. The howl spread outwards like a shockwave in all directions. The powerful roar could do nothing to Yu Zhong. Unfortunately, when it struck Annie, it caused her body to shudder, disrupting her energy and blood flow, as she spat out a mouthful of blood and her body flickered into view, as she tumbled out of the sky. Not good! Yu Zhong saw Annie appear and his heart skipped a beat. Annie's stealth technique was powerful, which the undying devil spirit was unable to see through as well. However, once her true body was discovered, she would only face death. Yu Zhong pointed at her, executing his blood manipulation ability, causing her thrown-up blood to transform into 6 beams that shot out in different directions. Yu Zhong then grabbed out at her, before soaring and heading for a valley. The moment the spirit caught the scent of Annie's blood, it whirled around and chased after one of them, flying towards it. In that instant, the undying devil spirit had caught up to one of it, immediately devouring it before turning around to give chase to another. While this undying devil spirit was strong, its intelligence was not high, thus it could chase after targets to kill, giving Yu Zhong and Annie a chance. Inside the valley, Annie thanked Yu Zhong. Thanks. Yu Zhong chuckled. Not a problem. Annie then asked, who would have thought there to be an undying spirit here? What do we do now? Go back. Unknowingly, Annie had already treated Yu Zhong as a pillar of support. If it were at the initial point of their meeting, she would not have asked for his opinion. Yu Zhong sighed deeply. No, I think we need to continue forward. In order to evolve further, Yu Zhong needed more resources, or to kill more powerhouses. However, with the numerous experts in the great god world, in order to become strong, he needed more equipment or obtain some other strength. Otherwise, if he were to take his time to slowly evolve, who knew when he would become a Type 9 powerhouse? Hearing his words, Annie replied mildly, After resting a short while, she stood up and disappeared. I'm all right now. Let's continue. Yu Zhong also stood up. All of a sudden, there was a warmth from Yu Zhong and Annie's identity cards. A powerful will transmitted through their card. This is First Holy Sun Qian Chongqing from the Eastern Temple. Right now, we're confronting enemies from the man-eating temples and 10,000 devil altar. Any other human brothers and sisters, please rush over to this location and join us to wipe out these damned foreign races. The identity card of the Holy Heavens had a special function, which was to provide information only of certain duties. As the first Holy Son of the Eastern Temple, and was far above Yu Zhong or Annie, thus he could deliver the message. Following a powerful intent, a map then appeared in their identity cards, showcasing the location where Qian Chongqing was supposedly at. Yu Zhong sighed before asking, "What's this Qian Chongqing like?" Annie thought for a while before replying, "Qian Chongqing is the first among those from the Eastern Temple, a half-step Type 9 powerhouse. He has the Radiant Domain. He possesses countless secret techniques, and is recognized to be one of the foremost experts of the Holy Heavens, top 10 among those at the Type 8 realm, also the one deemed to have the most potential to rise to the Type 9 Holy Lord-in-waiting position." Chapter 1153, Spatial Devil Ghost. Annie explained calmly, "Furthermore, he's extremely warm in his treatment of others, and is exceptionally kind. In our holy heavens, many have received his grace and favor." Yu Zhong came to a decision. In that case, let's go meet up with him now. Inside this strange world, other than the undying devil spirit, and a few other undying existences, there were many foreign species. Among those foreign races, experts were aplenty, and there were even half-step Type 9 powerhouses among them. If there was one, Yu Zhong had confidence in taking on. However, if it was two of them, he could only choose to flee. The chances of obtaining the treasury in this place were infinitely small. Only by gathering people would there be a chance to take on the foreign races. Annie agreed, sure. After they agreed, Yu Zhong also put on his stealth armor and followed the instructions on the identity card, heading towards where Qian Chongqing and the rest were. In this mysterious realm, where there were countless treasures, resources, rare fruits, and other items, if an ordinary person were to take one, he or she could immediately become a 6-attribute perfect evolver. Some of them were even able to propel one to the Type 4 realm instantly. However, with Maruf as an example, Yu Zhong and Annie did not retrieve any items they saw along the way. Those fruits might be precious, but if they were to trigger the defenders or guardian spirits, they might not be able to live. The undying devil spirit was too terrifying. Only a Type 9 powerhouse would be capable of meeting its attack. There were also other huge mutant beast hordes within the realm, of which countless Type 8 and half-step Type 9 existences were among as well. Each time there was a strong mutant beast horde, Yu Zhong and Annie would carefully route around them, before moving along quickly. After passing through a number of mountains, they finally arrived at the location specified by Qian Chongqing. It was a vast and desolate valley, and at the edge of it, there was a huge palace constructed out of red glass crystals, emitting an archaic and saintly aura, looking powerful and grand. 3 forces were facing off in front of the palace, namely the human race, the man-eating race, and the devil's race. On the human side there were 40-odd, while the man-eaters had 8. The devils had even lesser, a total of 4. However, among the man-eaters, there were 3 half-step Type 9 powerhouses, while the other 5 were freaks at the peak Type 8 realm. The devils had 4 half-step Type 9 powerhouses. Even though the humans had the advantage in numbers, they merely had 2 half-step Type 9 powerhouses. 6 were at the peak Type 8 realm, hence their total combat prowess could be considered the weakest. However, even though the humans' combined strength was the weakest, when using an array or formation, they were able to channel a terrifying strength. These formations were researched by humans and was one of the strongest killing trump cards against foreign races. One of the half-step Type 9 devils, who had a single horn on his forehead, his body ripped and exuding a metallic luster, looked towards the man-eaters, asking with a savage expression, "Ghost Tun, why don't we join forces and wipe out these cockroaches, before splitting the treasures of this temple?" The man-eater expert Ghost Tun had a chilly light in his gaze. "Fine. Your devil race can go first." Ghost Tun was not stupid, though the human race was weaker after they completed their array. Even a half-step Type 9 powerhouse would have to pay a huge price to take them on. Among these 3 factions, the devils had the least numbers, but their strength was highest. Once the man-eaters and the humans both suffered from the clash, the devil race could definitely wipe them all out. The devils loved to battle and were cruel and violent by nature. Even among themselves there were common cases of infighting and slaughter. They were the worst allies to have. In the past, the man-eaters had tried allying with them, but each time, they would end up fighting among themselves, driving a wedge further between both factions. The single-horned devil race member laughed and spoke, "Since you're unwilling, then forget it." A blue-eyed human powerhouse with a huge sword on his back and his body clad in golden armor frowned, his gaze wary. "Qian Chongqing, these fellows are not easy to deal with. If they join hands, we will definitely lose." This was the first holy son of the Western Temple, Hai Yin. This time, it was Hai Yin and Qian Chongqing who had organized a huge party to come search for treasures in the Merlot battlefield. However, they had never expected there to be so many foreign races gathered in front of the temple as well. Qian Chongqing gazed at the 2 enemy groups, laughing lightly. "Hai Yin, don't worry, if we had met either one of them, it would have been a tough battle with heavy losses on our side, maybe even death. However, since they are both here at the same time, it is advantageous to us. As long as we maintain our stance, they would not attack us casually. After all, whoever attacks us first would suffer, and once there are any weaknesses or injuries, the other party would pounce on them, tearing them apart. Hai-In nodded his head silently. Suddenly, he turned around towards the direction of Yu Zhong and Annie, who had flown over, his eyes narrowing. Someone's here. Qian Chongqing was slightly taken aback as he looked towards the direction as well, his mouth curling upwards. To think there are two other outstanding fellows, I did not even detect their arrival, their stealth abilities are truly top-notch. At the same time, Yu Zhong felt shocked. I was discovered. The human race truly has hidden experts. Heaven-defying talents are everywhere. I cannot get complacent and be careless. Just as Hai-In was looking towards Yu Zhong, a powerful energy was hidden over at the human's side, staring at Yu Zhong coldly, preparing to deal a direct hit towards Yu Zhong and Annie. Space contorted and Annie revealed herself, retrieving her identity card as she announced, Holy Daughter Annie from the Western Temple, and Divine Envoy Yu Zhong from the Central Temple, have arrived. Qian Chongqing's eyes flashed with an intelligent look as he analyzed. It is indeed Annie, and the one beside her should be the new Divine Envoy of the Central Temple. Among our reports, there's nothing on this new Divine Envoy among those Divine Envoys in waiting, and he's obviously someone who had reached that position after we came to the Merlot battlefield. To reach this position at such a short time, he must be capable. Let them in. The human camp quickly opened up. Ha ha ha! New humans? Don't go in, stay here and become my food. At that moment there was a distortion of space behind Yu Zhong, as a half-step Type 9 spatial devil ghost appeared, with a strange rune carved on his forehead, his 4 limbs engraved with spatial runes as well. His right hand was currently enveloped in devil chi, as he slashed towards Yu Zhong's heart with a savage laughter. Watch out! Seeing that, the human powerhouses all had horrified expressions, shouting to warn him. Hai-In pulled out his large sword at the first moment with a crestfallen expression. Damn it! It's the spatial devil ghost. Seems like it's over for Yu Zhong. Fuck! There was a look of regret in Qian Chongqing's eyes as well. Damn it, this human talent is about to fall here. The spatial ghost devil was one of the strongest and terrifying races of the devil's race, and while they did not possess much strength, they were naturally attuned to spatial laws and could move around space freely, making them one of the toughest enemies to deal with. If the humans did not have a formation sealing their location, just that single spatial devil ghost was enough to wipe most of them out. Just with you? I've already discovered you earlier. This was a trap meant to lure you out. Please become a stepping stone for my evolution. Yu Zhong laughed coldly, his devil domain bursting forth, enveloping the half-step Type 9 spatial devil ghost within his domain. Inside the devil domain, an endless amount of devil chi was surging, and space was secure. Even the half-step Type 9 spatial devil ghost had no way of tearing apart the space to flee. After releasing the devil domain, Yu Zhong was certain of the strength of this enemy, and could not let him react. With a though, he whirled around to face the devil ghost, instantly utilizing the cosmic finger that he had comprehended from the true God expert. At that moment it seemed that the countless things and galaxies converged on Yu Zhong, forming the powerful cosmic finger as it slammed towards the half-step Type 9 spatial devil ghost. Shit! How is this human so strong? I can't take this move head-on. Spatial domain, appear. Facing the true God skill, there was a deep fear that sprouted in the spatial devil ghost. He gritted his teeth to execute his spatial domain, and at that moment, a powerful region of spatial laws appeared, slamming into the Yu Zhong's devil domain, both sides clashing and wearing each other down. Chapter 1154 Cosmic Finger. The spatial devil ghost took the chance when his domain clashed against Yu Zhong's to tear another spatial hole, trying its best to escape. With the ability to manipulate space freely, especially at its half-step Type 9 realm. Even Yu Zhong's devil domain was unable to fully seal its movements. Relying on the spatial advantage, this spatial devil ghost would be to escape even from a Type 9 powerhouse. Yu Zhong stared at the devil ghost with a chilly glint in his eyes. With a thought, he made use of the radiant battleship hidden within the void, and let out a powerful roar. Break! The radiant battleship released a powerful radiance, containing the laws and principles of space that struck the area, directly collapsing any spatial holes that the devil ghost had created. The hole he had just opened was instantly sealed shut. Fear and despair were written all over the face of the spatial devil ghost as he screamed out, "Impossible! Impossible! How could the spatial hole I tear open be closed? Even a Type 9 powerhouse would not be able to do it." The radiant battleship was a gold-grade treasure worthy of challenging God, and was a spatial treasure as well. It could transcend worlds and travel freely, hence, sealing a spatial rip was incredibly easy for it. As the spatial devil ghost continued to scream and shout, the cosmic finger conjured by Yu Zhong finally struck the body of the enemy, causing it to break apart. In order to vanquish this foe in the shortest possible time, Yu Zhong had thoroughly employed his trump cards. If he were to go easy, he would not be able to kill this spatial devil ghost. With the death of the devil ghost, a powerful source of life force flowed into Yu Zhong. At the same time, as he absorbed it, he gained a stronger sense of spatial laws, and the inner energy within him had reached the peak of the high Type 8 level. By the time he was done, his spirit rumbled, and there was joy in his eyes. This spatial devil ghost is a huge nourishment to me. If I can hunt a dozen more of such half-step Type 9 powerhouses, I would be able to break into the Type 9 realm directly. What? Spacerin was killed. Who the hell is that fellow? How could he take down Spacerin? That was unbelievable. He's merely at the high Type 8 realm. How did he do it? Seeing the half-step Type 9 spatial devil ghost taken down by Yu Zhong, the three remaining devils had eyes of shock and disbelief, their gaze towards Yu Zhong more wary and alarmed. The spatial devil ghosts were one of the toughest races to kill. Even the three experts of the devil race would not be able to kill one in a frontal clash. At most, it would just be an impasse. Strong! That was formidable. Who is this Yu Zhong? He was actually able to kill that half-step Type 9 spatial devil ghost. Divine Envoy, are you certain he's just a Divine Envoy? If only those at the Divine Envoy level could kill that half-step Type 9 monster, then what the hell are we Holy Sons for? A hubble of discussion began to break out within the human camp, as respect, admiration, envy, all sorts of gazes were thrown on Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's slaughter of that devil ghost had caused everyone to be filled with complicated feelings towards him. Under their gazes, Yu Zhong and Annie entered the formation and came up to Qian Chongqing. Qian Chongqing wore an amiable smile as he greeted Yu Zhong warmly. "Yu Zhong, within our information network, we have never heard of you before. In all of Holy Heavens, any expert above the Type 7 realm had all been researched on, and I've studied them all and remember them clearly. Are you able to share your background with me?" Yu Zhong's strength had been displayed clearly for him to see, thus, Qian Chongqing did not mind treating him as an equal. Yu Zhong replied with a short but direct answer. "I'm the new disciple of the Central Temple's Holy Lord Tiando, and I'd just been raised to the Divine Envoy position a few days back." Annie suddenly added in, "When he passed through the initiation gate, he triggered the Howling Dragon and Roaring Tiger image." Hearing that, the rest all had changes in their expressions, their gazes towards Yu Zhong becoming even deeper. Someone who could trigger that image was definitely a heaven-defying genius. As long as he did not die, there was no question about his or her ascension to the Type 9 realm. Qian Chongqing and Hai Yin were considered talented powerhouses and were at the half-step Type 9 realm. However, to make that leap and cross into the Type 9 realm, it was incredibly difficult. Many experts have been stuck at that bottleneck for so long. Even the two of them had no confidence that they could break that barrier. The rest of the holy sons and daughters stared at Yu Zhong. They had not taken the legend of the dragon tiger illusion. Only after seeing Yu Zhong in action did they realize how terrifying such a talent was. Yu Zhong's gaze narrowed. Qian Chongqing, since the situation is at a stalemate, it's not good for us. Along the way, we sensed a number of undying devil spirits, as well as powerful mutant beasts. If this continues, just a few of those undying devil spirits would be enough to wipe us out. Qian Chongqing laughed bitterly. I know this as well, however, if we were to move casually, the Man-Eaters and Devil Clan would launch an assault. If they were to join hands, we would be in trouble. Yu Zhong glanced towards the direction of the opposite factions, and he frowned. He did not have a solution as well. If the two groups joined hands, they would be enough to deal with the human faction. Even with Yu Zhong and Annie, it would be hard to deal with them. Right at this time, the blue crystal key that was hidden in Yu Zhong's ring suddenly shot out of his ring, transcending space and directly inserted into the doors of the majestic temple. The archaic and ancient gates of the temple that was engraved in runes then swung open slowly. At the same time, there were many loud horn sounds. Under the enveloping horn sounds, the entire region started to crack open, as numerous skeletons of different sizes started climbing out of the ground. They were of different sizes and shapes, but share one common trait, which was that their bones were all golden in color. Even after goodness knows how long, they had maintained that resplendent gold color. Their eyes were all shining with intelligent flames, and their bodies radiated an insidious but powerful aura. These skeletons were not undying devil spirits, but another variant of the undead called specter skeletons. In the past, these had all been half-step Type 10 powerhouses. They had developed indestructible physiques, and were just left with the transformation of their souls to reach the Type 10 stage, a true god. After their deaths, they had left their physiques behind, that merged with the gathered yin qi and resentment to form these specter skeletons. Each one of them was at the Type 8 realm, some of the strongest even being at the Type 9 realm. Within the Merlot battlefield, they were also considered one of the most terrifying forces. These tens of thousands of specter skeletons gathered together, even a half-step true god powerhouse would feel his scalp turn numb and retreat. Otherwise, there was a danger of perishing here. Within the area of over a 10,000 li, countless skeletons continued to emerge from the grounds, and the beautiful region rich in cultivation energy was suddenly overflowing with resentment, deathly qi, insidious yin energy. The skeletons gathered immediately when they emerged, moving slowly but steadily towards the temple. At this point, a land near the temple also began to split open as large, golden skeleton hands burst out, pulling the rest of their skeletons up. The doors of the treasury is open. Let's head in first. The three devils laughed out loud, and transformed into beams of light that shot towards the temple. Earlier, when all three factions had waited outside the palace, it was because the gates were shut. If any were to try and open the gate, the other two would pounce on them. Hence, a strange equilibrium was achieved. Now that the gate was opened, the devil race could not be bothered with the humans. The treasures within the palace were of even greater importance. At the entrance, 8 specter skeletons leaped out, wielding bone-formed weapons, pouncing towards the three devils. Ha ha ha, a bunch of bones, break for me! One of the devils charged forward with a vicious smile, punching out over 1,000 times on the bodies of the 8 specter skeletons. With a single blast, all of the skeletons broke apart in multiple directions, the souls in their heads also dissipated by the devil race member. After that, the three of them immediately charged into the temple. Go! Following Qian Chongqing's signal, the rest of the humans also charged right into the temple. The 8 man-eaters also quickly moved, heading into the temple. Chapter 1155. Type 9 Spectre Skeleton. All of a sudden, a golden mighty hand came bursting forth from the ground, grabbing the 8 man-eaters. Ghost Tun roared out, sending out his own fist that caused the atmospheric energy to congeal into a green fist that slammed into the descending palm. Get lost! The huge golden hand waved casually, and scattered the energy punch of Ghost Tun, before slapping out once more, turning one of the man-eating ghosts into meat paste. It's a Type 9 Spectre Skeleton! Everyone flee! Ghost Tun had a horrified expression as he roared out and quickly shot towards the temple. A Type 9 powerhouse and a half-step Type 9 powerhouse were two vastly different entities. Ghost Tun, who was at the half-step Type 9 stage, would only fall at the hands of a Type 9 powerhouse. Hearing that, the rest of the man-eaters had changes in their countenance as they quickly made for the huge temple. In that instant, a humanoid spectre skeleton with a pair of golden wings and a single golden horn on its forehead shot out from the side, the blade in its hands slicing down at one of the man-eaters, carving him in half. Another spectre skeleton formed from only 10 bones leaped out from the ground, grabbing one of the man-eaters and dragged him towards the deep recess of the abyss in the ground. Not long after, there was a miserable shriek from the ground, before it fell silent. In just a moment, the man-eaters had suffered a huge loss. The humans did not have an easy time either. A huge golden palm burst out from the ground, exuding a mighty aura that slapped towards the formation of the human group. That palm carried a boundless strength formed from resentment and yin qi, as well as thick death laws, slapping down towards them. The leader, Qian Chongqing, had a steely expression as he roared, "Evacuate!" Even if they were to combine all 40 of them, it would not be enough to take on that single palm. The only thing they could do was to quickly leave the location. The 40 human experts were all alert, and reacted at the same time, dodging to the side. However, since the golden palm had burst forth in a single grab, it managed to grab one holy sun. "Save me! Save me!" The face of the holy sun contorted as he let out screams of despair and fear. However, a terrifying pressure enveloped him, and in an instant, he was crushed and reduced to a pile of bones without any sign of life left. Yu Zhong stared at the holy sun, his scalp turning numb. What a domineering Type 9 spectre skeleton! There were spectre skeletons everywhere, and under the terrifying pressure, 2 holy suns immediately executed their techniques in a bid to flee. They had already abandoned all thoughts of fighting for treasures and wanted to get out alive. Seeing that, the rest also began to react, a few of them wanting to leave as well. Treasures were good, but their lives were more important. Right at that moment, 2 golden bone arrows tore through the skies, piercing the 2 fleeing holy suns. In a breath, they turned into skeletons and fell from the skies, not a breath left in them. Yu Zhong swept a look and discovered many of the spectre skeletons were just standing guard outside of the temple, not daring to go near it. He had the epiphany right then, the inner sanctum. Enter the inner sanctum and we'll have a chance. These spectre skeletons do not dare enter the divine temple. After that, his figure flashed and he charged in the direction of the temple. At that moment, a spectre skeleton with gold bone wings shot in front of him, slashing out towards Yu Zhong's heart with its claws. "Go to hell!" Yu Zhong punched out with his fist, slamming into the spectre skeleton, and his immense strength burst forth, directly breaking the skeleton apart. After destroying the spectre skeleton, Yu Zhong took the opportunity to enter the temple gates. As he stood there and turned around, his eyes flashing with a strange glint, "There's no life force. These are all undead, there are no benefits for me in killing them." The God-Devil imprint could absorb the life force of the entities that Yu Zhong killed, but with regards to those that did not have any flesh or blood, even if they were killed, there was no life force to be absorbed. After all, they were constructed from strength and resentment. The various holy sons and daughters of the human factions were experts in their own right, making use of all their abilities to weave through the line of spectre skeletons, arriving at the temple gate. However, 3 of them were lost to the spectre skeletons. However, with more humans entering the temple, the attention of the spectre skeletons shifted to those still outside, increasing the difficulty. One particular holy son opened his palms and fired out vines, grabbing 2 of the spectre skeletons in front of him, and flung them violently behind. "Get the hell out of my way!" After throwing those 2 skeletons, the holy son continued to soar towards the gates. As long as he reached, he would be safe. At that moment there was a flash of gold, as a blade sliced through the head of the holy son, directly splitting his head in half, and his corpse fell out of the sky. He was barely 50 m away from the temple gate. Seeing this, all the human experts felt a chill in their hearts, as they watched the 5 remaining human powerhouses and their struggles. Even a half-step Type 9 powerhouse would fall when surrounded by such numbers. The remaining 5 powerhouses were considered the weakest among the human faction. Without any external help, they would surely die. Yuzhong took a look and frowned, before tapping his foot and charging straight into their midst. Annie was surrounded by numerous transparent silk, while in the midst of the spectre skeletons, continually fending them off. If the skeletons had flesh, they would have been ripped apart by those wires. However, as their bones were from half-step Type 10 experts, they were incredibly tough, and unless an actual Type 9 powerhouse acted, it was impossible to break their bones. Annie then controlled the silk to bounce the skeletons away. Soon, she was covered in perspiration, and her strength was beginning to ebb away. She was utilizing all her concentration and strength to resist their attacks. As long as she became weaker by half, the spectre skeletons would be able to barge through her defenses and tear her apart. Under that sort of pressure, she continued maintaining her focus. All of a sudden, a huge skeleton appeared, over a dozen meters tall, sending a powerful punch towards her. With a loud blast, the silky webs were almost torn apart, while the spectre skeleton was also sent flying back by the rebound. At the moment Annie's defenses crumbled, 4 spectre skeletons charged forth, slashing out at her from 4 different directions. As danger befell her, Annie continued to maintain an icy look. However, there was a sliver of despair in her heart. Who would have thought that I'd perish here? Just then, a figure shot past one of the skeletons, sending a powerful punch out, and the atmospheric energy gathered together before exploding out, and the spectre skeletons were all blasted backward in a shower of gold bones. Annie focused her eyes, noticing that it was Yuzhong, and there was a strange feeling that welled up in her. "It's Yuzhong. He saved me. Gather on me!" Yuzhong roared out in rage, as he sent out another punch full of strength, blasting another dozen spectres away. The 4 other holy sons quickly gathered around him, forming a small formation. "Charge!" He waved his fists and punched out at space, causing a huge atmospheric pressure to weigh down on the scattered bones, preventing them from reforming, and forcefully carved a path out. The 5 other holy sons and daughters quickly executed their secret techniques as well, triggering the atmospheric energy to fend off the skeletons at the side. In terms of strength, these human powerhouses were stronger than those ordinary spectre skeletons. After all, they were talented cultivators. Just as they were about to break out of the deadlock, the earth suddenly split apart, and a huge giant spectre skeleton appeared. It was the one who had squashed the peak-type 8 man-eater. Divine and Demonic World. Chapter 1156. Golden Treasure Armor. The Type 9 Golden Giant Spectre skeleton opened its eyes, as 2 beams that could tear through the heavens itself, imbued with terrifying suffocating pressure as they weighed down on Yuzhong. Shit! When he was swept by those beams, Yuzhong felt his body turn cold as an incredible feeling of danger arose. Right at that moment, the Type 9 specter skeleton stretched out its huge palms and brought along a terrifying strike imbued with death laws, aiming for Yuzhong. This was a true Type 9 powerhouse. That single palm contained spatial laws, and directly sealed Yuzhong's movement. Even the wings of hope could not be utilized. Against that attack that could easily level an entire planet, Yuzhong's eyes narrowed and he activated his devil domain, channeling a surge of devil chi towards the Type 9 specter skeleton. The palm of the Type 9 giant came crashing down, directly destroying the domain that Yuzhong was so proud of and relied so much upon. A Type 9 powerhouse was extremely close to God, possessing utmost strength, and unless it was a domain from a similar level opponent, it was impossible even for the perfect God-Devil physique and the nigh-invincible God-Devil domain to withstand. As the Devil domain collapsed, Yuzhong immediately fired out the cosmic finger he had comprehended, and a powerful force that contained the strength of a small universe congealed at his fingertips, firing out into the sky. With a loud blast, the cosmic finger struck the skeleton and dispersed. The powerful recoil caused Yuzhong to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. However, there was also a huge hole within the Type 9 specter skeleton. Seeing Yuzhong execute that cosmic finger, causing a huge hole in the Type 9 specter skeleton, Qian Chongqing was filled with shock. He actually blocked it? He blocked a Type 9 powerhouse. That's unbelievable. Is he still human? How come there's such a monster? The distance between a Type 8 and Type 9 powerhouse was that of a spirit and a half-god, the difference of an ant and a heavenly dragon. It would already be considered incredible for a half-step Type 9 powerhouse to be able to flee from a Type 9 powerhouse. To actually face on an attack, it was incredibly rare. Hien stared at Yuzhong, his eyes filled with envy. That's so formidable. Damn it. How is it the gap between humans can be that wide also? The rest of the holy sons and daughters were also shocked. They had seen and experienced a lot along with their own journeys, and they were naturally clear on the strength of a Type 9 powerhouse. Yuzhong's cosmic finger tore through the specter skeleton, and he gritted his teeth to suppress the backlash, grabbing the 5 other humans and charged through the large hole, flying directly into the temple gate. The Type 9 specter skeleton watched blankly at the huge hole in its right arm, and its resentful gaze then turned to Yuzhong, who was standing at the temple gate. There was a sudden strange glint in the gaze of the Type 9 specter skeleton, and it grabbed towards the temple viciously. What? Is the Type 9 giant actually not afraid of the temple? A terrifying thought appeared for everyone, and their faces turned pale, as they quickly dashed further inside the temple. If the Type 9 specter skeleton was truly not afraid of the temple, it would be able to kill everyone present. When the claws of the specter skeleton came to a distance of about 10 m from the temple, they suddenly broke apart and scattered over the ground. It quickly retracted its claws, or what was left of it. The seemingly indestructible hand had actually lost everything from the wrist. Yuzhong had stayed behind to observe, and upon noticing its situation, his eyes brightened. Everyone, no need for panic. It cannot enter the temple. Ah! Help! Right at this time, one of the walls of the temple began to split open, as a huge, thorny vine shot out, wrapping around one of the holy sons, and instantly ground him into pieces. Hien let out a roar of rage, retrieving his huge sword on his back as he charged at the vine and swung out 1,000 blade beams at one go. Damn bastard! Die! Qian Chongqing's face was steely as he came up to the vine. This is a well-known devil race trap, the blood-sucking vine. Once caught, even a Type 8 powerhouse would be helpless. Everyone be careful. There is definitely more around here. Those damn devils want to slow us down. Inside the great god world, there were many strange things, capable of devouring even Type 8 powerhouses. Only by reaching the Type 9 realm would one be able to ignore such things. Annie stepped up and spoke coldly, Let me handle these traps. My ability is the best counter to these trifling things." With that, she waved her hands, and countless silk shot out towards everywhere, and everywhere they touched, the traps folded and disappeared mysteriously. She then retracted her lines. "It's done. Those traps are already destroyed. However, I'm not sure if there are other traps within the temple." Qian Chongqing nodded silently. "Let's move on." The group then proceeded further into the temple. The insides of the temple were resplendent, gold shining everywhere, and engraved with many beautiful murals. However, within those crystal walls, there were also fluctuations of true God's wills, and everyone did not dare approach them carelessly. If they were to accidentally activate some restriction, it would spell the end of them. If a true God expert wanted to kill a Type 8 powerhouse, all it took was just a thought. Even someone like Qian Chongqing, a half-step Type 9 powerhouse, would not be able to escape. Only a Type 9 powerhouse would cause a true God to take another look. The group continued forward, following the long and narrow tunnels, before finally arriving at a large field. Inside the central field, there was a round altar, exuding a saintly and ancient aura, carved with countless mysterious runes. Right in the center of the altar was a single suit of armor that was gold in color, giving off a powerful and oppressive aura. Qian Chongqing stared at it, his heart skipping a beat as a heated and excited look appeared on his face. "That's the gold-grade treasure battle armor. Oh my goodness, to think there's such a treasure! With it, I can take on a Type 9 powerhouse." Hai-In stared at the armor and his heart trembled too. His eyes filled with greed. Gold-grade battle armor. If I can obtain it, I can instantly become a Holy Lord-level powerhouse. A gold-grade treasure was extremely rare even in the holy heavens. Furthermore, an armor-based gold-grade treasure was increasingly rare. These were items that had existed in history eons past, where even true gods had worn them before. A Type 9 powerhouse could not hope to damage it in the slightest. Every piece was extremely precious, and if a Type 8 powerhouse were to put it on, it would allow his or her combat strength to reach the Type 9 stage. Furthermore, while the item was lacking in offensive power, its defense was definitely much stronger, and the user would be hard to kill. The rest of the Holy Sons also stared at it with heightened desire. "That is mine." 3 Holy Sons finally could not suppress their greed, as they shot towards the altar. When they saw people making their moves, the rest also could not help themselves, as they pounced towards the armor. There was only one such armor, and yet there were so many of them. It would naturally belong to whoever reached it first. Once any of these holy sons or daughters obtain it, they would become the strongest powerhouse among those present here. Even Qian Chongqing and Hai-In could not help themselves, as they shot towards the altar. Only Yu Zhong was the only who kept his guard up, as well as Annie, who stood quietly behind him, not moving. Annie had a rare hint of anxiety as she asked, "Yu Zhong, why aren't you going over? If you gain it, you can instantly become a Holy Lord-level powerhouse." Yu Zhong's perception swept up as he replied warily, "It's not so simple. The 3 devil members and those man-eaters had entered earlier than us. If that treasure was so easy to obtain, they would have taken it long ago. It's likely that this is a trap." What a cautious fellow. However, no matter how guarded you are, it's useless. Ghost Tun, do it. Following a light laugh, 3 black blurs shot out from the void, each of those half-step Type 9 Devil Race members striking at their designated targets. Chapter 1157. Killing the Devil Witch. The 3 half-step Type 9 experts from the Devil Clan threw all their might into their attack. At that instant, one of the Holy Sons had his head dug out, another was sliced in 2, and the last had his head decapitated. The 5 remaining man-eaters who had been hiding suddenly launched an attack at the other human Holy Sons, and in an instant, 5 of them had been torn apart, and their corpses consumed. Within a short moment, over 8 holy suns had been annihilated. Inside this temple, the number of human experts was the most, but in terms of collective strength, they were the weakest. With 8 of their members gone, their overall strength had dipped considerably. Annie looked at the 8 holy suns who had been decimated, and felt her heart turn cold. Had she joined in the rush for that armor, she would have been torn apart by those foreign species. Qian Chongqing's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared out, "Formation? Get into formation!" Only by being in a formation could the humans take on the terrifying foreign species. However, they were now surrounded and encircled, each of them being taken out by the enemies, and there was no way to respond quickly enough. Qian Chongqing and Hai Yin were also being held back by one of the half-step Type 9 Devil Race members, as well as a half-step Type 9 Man-Eater. The physiques of humans were weaker than those foreign races, and even if Qian Chongqing and Hai Yin were both heaven-defying talents, against the top experts of the Devil Race and Man-Eater race, they were at a disadvantage, with no way of extracting themselves, and there was even the danger of them falling. "Damn it! Follow me!" Yuzhong looked at the foreign races engaging in wanton slaughter of his fellow humans and frowned. With a tap of his foot, he shot towards one 8 m tall Cyclops werewolf, a being with a single eye, wolf head, human body, and his entire body covered in black scales. "Hee, this handsome little brother, come and play with this sister, okay? This sister will give you the best experience of this world you'll ever enjoy." One devil woman came up to Yuzhong, her hair purple and long, her figure voluptuous and alluring, with only 2 pieces of black armor covering her private parts, revealing most of her fair skin. Her features were exceptionally charming, and she revealed a coy, yet insidious smile. Seeing that smile, 2 holy suns became infatuated and had the sudden urge to become her servants. The moment that thought came to mind, their strength dipped. The single-horned Cyclops werewolf laughed savagely and took the opportunity to slam into them, his claws digging out their hearts and swallowing them. "Ugly freak, you're too old." Yuzhong swept the beautiful devil witch a look and laughed coldly, immediately casting his devil domain, enveloping the devil with a surging amount of devil chi. "Stinking brat, you dare say I'm old? When I capture you, I will suck you dry of your essence and tear you limb from limb." Hearing Yuzhong's curse, the mouth of the devil witch twitched, as she reached out and sent out a powerful yet kinky lust domain that was pink in color. The pinkish aura surged forth and tried to resist the invading devil chi from Yuzhong's devil domain. This devil witch was one of the peak experts of the 10,000 devil altar. Her lust domain could ignite all passion and desires of any living creatures. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would turn into a lustful wolf when enveloped by this domain. The lust domain was considered one of the top domains of the 10,000 devil altar, and the moment she executed that move, Yuzhong's devil domain was held at bay. "Kiki handsome, do you think I'm beautiful?" The beautiful devil witch wore an alluring smile, shaking her body in an erotic manner while exuding an intoxicating charm, flying towards Yuzhong. Within that domain, every single move of hers seemed capable of capturing the attention of all male living things. 6 holy suns were actually distracted by her, smitten by her sensual movements, and lost their will to fight, before they were torn apart by the devil race member as well. Other than a few other half-step Type 9 powerhouses, even the man-eaters could not help but stir at the sight of that devil witch, their movements and strength sapped, giving some of their human opponents a moment of breath. Her charms were potent enough to distract even half-step Type 9 powerhouses. When Annie saw the unfolding scene, her eyes were filled with astonishment. What a beautiful woman! If I were a man, it would be impossible to resist her charms. "Ugly bitch, just go to hell!" Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he channeled the god-devil domain with all his might, and both sides of the domain surged. The angelic side began to envelop him, as he took in a deep breath, and absorbed the blessings and holy nature of the god domain, pushing his strength to the peak, reaching the terrifying half-step Type 9 realm. Yuzhong stared at the incoming devil witch with an icy look and shot out his cosmic finger. In that instant, a terrifying might surged from the sky, pressing towards the devil witch viciously. Instantly, her face turned pale as she screamed out pitifully, "No! Don't kill me! I'm willing to be your slave and warm your bed." Her begging and plea could easily shake anybody's heart, but the cosmic finger continued to press down on her without any mercy. "Damn it! Break for me!" The beautiful devil witch's expression turned many times before she breathed deeply, and her live body suddenly burst forth with strength, turning metallic black as her half-step Type 9 strength burst forth. She sent a fist out explosively. Although this devil witch seemed helpless and relied on her charms, she was a true half-step Type 9 expert and could hold her own even in dangerous battles. She did not need to rely solely on her charms, as her strength was decent enough. A black light that seemed capable of tearing the sky slammed into the cosmic finger, and with a loud boom, a powerful shock wave blasted outwards, causing many to shudder. The image of the cosmos from Yuzhong's attack shuddered slightly but managed to disperse the fist of the devil witch, as it slammed into her, directly obliterating her. The moment she was killed, a pure and abundant life force surged into Yuzhong's body. Marlin died. That human's domain is so strong. What is it? How come it's so terrifying? Seeing how the beautiful devil witch had been killed, everyone was filled with shock as they stared at Yuzhong in trepidation. As for Yuzhong himself, he had already leaped out at 1/6 tall man-eater who had a long horse face, yet his teeth as sharp as a tiger, and sent out a fist. There was a loud blast as the head of the man-eater expert burst apart like a watermelon. Annie, who had been standing quietly behind as though she did not exist, waved her hands and caused countless transparent silk to shoot out, instantly binding a 13 tall Type 8 mutant giant, stopping his movements for a while. The Type 8 mutant bronze giant had immense strength, his physique surpassing many others. With a powerful shrug, he caused the strings to break. As the strings floated away, Yuzhong appeared in front of the Type 8 mutant bronze giant mysteriously, sending a powerful fist at his head and bursting it. The devil chi continued to surge, and within the devil domain, there was a weak man-eater warrior within, with a crow head and dragon wings. Yuzhong then teleported in front of that warrior, and punched out at the head as well, blasting it to smithereens. In just a few breaths, 4 foreign species members had fallen at Yuzhong's hands, their immense life force absorbed by him, causing him to become even stronger. The deaths of these 4 experts were also a huge loss to these foreign species. Join hands to deal with him, otherwise we'll all die here. The single-horned Cyclops werewolf let out a loud howl, activating his domain, as his own devil domain surged forth and clashed against Yuzhong's. Hearing that war cry, the 3 remaining half-step Type 9 powerhouses abandoned their opponents, as though they were all connected in mind, and launched their domains, attacking Yuzhong with all their might. At that moment 2 devil domains, 1 ruthless domain, and 1 devil blade domain assailed Yuzhong. Chapter 1158 Tear in Space. Qian Chongqing and Hai Yin eyed Yuzhong, who was being surrounded, and hesitated for a bare moment, before turning around to soar towards the gold-grade battle armor. Evidently, the treasure was more important than Yuzhong. Joining hands? It's a pity you're too late. Had you guys been earlier, I might have been unable to take on you guys. Now, all that awaits you is death. With a cold laugh, Yuzhong shot to the skies, his devil domain suddenly shrinking around his right fist. With another step, he then traversed through the air like a god, his fist slamming into the devil domain released by one of the horned devils. After absorbing so much life force of the many Type 8 powerhouses, Yuzhong's base strength was already in the peak Type 8 realm, and his power had increased qualitatively. The God-Devil domain was increasingly stronger, and could be maintained over a longer period of time, not dispersing so easily now. Under the merciless assault of Yuzhong, the Horned Devil's domain was instantly obliterated, the Devil Chi within absorbed by the Devil domain around Yuzhong's right fist. The God-Devil domain of Yuzhong was the strongest and purest form of energy, placed atop the rest of the Devil-related domains, and had the most comprehensive of laws within. All other Devil domains within the Great God World would be suppressed by Yuzhong's domain. Thus, it was no surprise the Horned Devil lost. Furthermore, Yuzhong had enhanced his strength through the God domain, reaching the half-step Type 9 realm. He could naturally crush the enemy's Devil domain with a single punch. There was an utter look of disbelief and shock in the eyes of the Horned Devil. How? How could my domain be broken by a mere Type 8 human? Go to hell! Yuzhong roared, as he sent a punch at the head of the Horned Devil after breaking through the domain, bursting it and absorbing the remnant life force. At the same time, the remaining 3 domains also surrounded him, sealing his movements. Facing the attack of those 3 half-step Type 9 powerhouses, Yuzhong laughed coldly as he barked out, "Open!" The radiant battleship that was hidden in the void immediately shot out a beam of light, as it tore a spatial rend right in front of Yuzhong. The attacks of the 3 half-step Type 9 powerhouses were all absorbed into the spatial tear, without harming Yuzhong in the slightest. One of the Devil had a pair of goat horns, his visage savage, and he had a pair of devil wings, looked horrified as he muttered, "Impossible! How can he control space? That's a power only Type 9 experts have. He's just a Type 8 powerhouse, how can he control space? How?" Ghost Tun was also shocked when he saw the spatial tear in front of Yuzhong. Space control? He can control space. Is he a Type 9 powerhouse that is pretending to be a Type 8 expert? Control of space and spatial laws was something only a Type 9 powerhouse could do, and one of the most important abilities that set a Type 9 apart from a Type 8. Within the Great God World, many mutant beasts had strength already exceeding some Type 9 powerhouses even at the half-step Type 9 stage. However, against the true Type 9 powerhouses, these beasts would still be slain, purely because Type 9 experts could control space and tear spatial holes, playing around with even the strongest and toughest of Type 8 powerhouses. After the spatial tear absorbed the 3 domains, Yuzhong flickered and appeared in front of the Cyclops werewolf, his fist punching towards the head. Among the 3 of them, this Cyclops werewolf was the weakest, and nearest to Yuzhong in terms of strength. The eye of the Cyclops werewolf flashed dangerously as he locked onto Yuzhong, and his body went taut before he retreated explosively. Yuzhong swept him a glance and laughed mysteriously, barking out in a low voice, "Break!" There was a sense of danger that welled up in the werewolf's heart. At that moment, a number of transparent silk wrapped around the Cyclops werewolf, and in a flash, his body was torn and scratched by that silk, causing fresh blood to flow, while his retreat was suddenly cut off. Yuzhong's brilliance had completely overshadowed Annie, causing everyone to forget that there was this holy daughter who was an expert as well. She was a powerhouse with countless experience, her eye for opportunities not losing out to Yuzhong, just that her strength was slightly weaker. "Not good, I was careless." A look of shock flashed in his eye, and ignoring the injuries he already had, he burst forth with his strength to struggle out. At that moment, his flesh was sliced in multiple areas, revealing the light gold bones beneath. However, he continued to break apart the strings and silk in a bid to escape. Yuzhong's gaze was cold as he appeared on top of the Cyclops werewolf, his fist punching down. "Too late, die!" With a loud bang, the head of the Cyclops werewolf burst open, as life force was absorbed into Yuzhong's body. Seeing how vicious Yuzhong was, the remaining Devil race member quickly turned tail in a bid to flee. Now, all that left of the 4 half-step Type 9 powerhouses that had surrounded Yuzhong was Ghost Tun himself. Human, you're really strong. I respect that. However, the stronger you are, the more I must kill you. Let's die together. Ghost Tun revealed a savage expression as he tossed a black pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his stomach, Ghost Tun suddenly became rigid, as countless golden bone blades burst out of his body. Veins started popping dangerously in his face, forming an ugly and hideous visage. Suddenly, the aura of a Type 9 expert exuded from his body. Annie saw Ghost Tun's transformation and her face fell as she barked, "Sky-devouring pill! It's the sky-devouring pill! Everyone attack him! Otherwise we will all die!" The sky-devouring pill was a secret pill developed by the man-eaters. Once consumed, it could ignite the latent potential of a cultivator, allowing his or her prowess to increase exponentially. However, due to the potent effects, once consumed, the user will battle until he died. There was no cure, and unless one was pushed to the extreme brink, no one would utilize such a pill. Currently, all the human powerhouses were attracted by the gold-grade battle armor at the center of the altar, fighting to reach it first, and no one responded to Annie's call. The allure of the treasure was too great. Once it was obtained, it could help the user become a mighty figure throughout the great god world. Few could resist such temptations. Go and die! Ghost Tun eyed the human experts near the altar, and with his fingers outstretched, numerous bone blades shot out, forming a blade domain, blasting towards the human cultivators. Save me! Help! These human holy sons and daughters all activated their own domains, but when clashing against Ghost Tun's domain, they were all crushed, their bodies riddled with grievous injuries, as they screamed out in agony before they died. In a single instant, Ghost Tun had already killed 3 human powerhouses. The rest of the powerhouses continued to struggle in agony. Even Qian Chongqing and Hai Yin were executing their own domains, struggling madly within the Bone Blade domain. Annie gritted her teeth, waving her jade-like hands, and caused more transparent silk to appear beside Ghost Tun, wrapping around him. Ghost Tun did not even bother about the silk, as he charged at Yuzhong, and when he brushed past that transparent silk, the sharp bone blades on his body just sliced them all up. In an instant, he already appeared in front of Yuzhong, slashing towards him, while channeling the Bone Blade domain as well. "You want to die with me? Not a chance." There was a strong battle intent in Yuzhong's eyes, as he immediately cast the Cosmic Finger, pressuring the Bone Blade domain. With a loud blast, Yuzhong's Cosmic Finger was actually destroyed by the Bone Blade domain, while the Bone Blade domain also collapsed under the Cosmic Finger. In the midst of the resulting shockwave, Yuzhong stepped through the air, transcending space, and sent out a punch atop Ghost Tun's head. The terrifying strength burst forth and caused a huge hole within Ghost Tun's head. At that instant, numerous bone blades shot out from Ghost Tun's body, slicing upwards at Yuzhong. The bone blades had laws and principles imbued in them. Even when Yuzhong tried his best to dodge, he was still sliced up, causing fresh blood to splatter onto the ground. Chapter 1159. Destroying Ghost Tun. The torn muscles and flesh on Ghost Tun's head quickly regenerated, as the injury that Yuzhong caused recovered in a blink of an eye. Yuzhong's body flickered through the endless bone blades, while his fists punched out rapidly, covered in golden saint-like radiance, destroying the bone blades that appeared in front of him. After passing through the bone blades, Yuzhong came up to Ghost Tun's head once more, his fist punching downwards in 1,000 fist shadows. Under that merciless assault, Ghost Tun's head was ravaged and healed, over and over again. Even when Yuzhong managed to destroy it fully, it was able to regenerate within seconds. The brain could be destroyed, but Ghost Tun was not yet dead. It was truly horrific. As Yuzhong was continuously pummeling Ghost Tun's body also fired out a number of bone blades, using strange angles to attack Yuzhong, forcing him back. At the moment Yuzhong retreated, Ghost Tun's body recovered completely, as though he had not been injured at all. He was basically an undying freak right now. Yuzhong stared at it and frowned. Damn it! I can't kill him. If this goes on, the person to die will be me. Seems like I can only do that. With the support of the God domain, Yuzhong had temporarily risen to the half-step Type 9 realm. However, each second sapped him of a lot of energy. He could not maintain it for too long. His gaze narrowed, and he quickly smashed the bone blades apart. He then appeared behind Ghost Tun and ignited his flame domain, before congealing it to a layer that covered his right fist, burning with the God-Devil flames. He then punched out at Ghost Tun. At that moment, the golden God-Devil flames ignited and began burning Ghost Tun's body, burning up large chunks of its flesh and blood. Ah! Burned by that God-Devil flames, Ghost Tun screamed out in agony, as countless bone blades burst out from him again, trying to slice at Yuzhong. Break for me! Yuzhong's body started to radiate like a god, as his left fist channeled a sky-covering shadow fist, breaking through all the bone blades, while his right fist smashed into Ghost Tun's body mercilessly and continuously while wrapped in the God-Devil flames. The intense assault caused Ghost Tun to roar out in agony, his body ablaze in flames. Ghost Tun's vitality was incredibly tenacious. Even when his flesh was being burnt away, it was regenerating at an insane speed. However, ultimately, the regeneration speed could not compare to the God-Devil flames' incineration, and amidst his miserable cries, he was finally burnt to a pile of ashes. With his death, a pure amount of life force shot into Yuzhong, nourishing him. After killing Ghost Tun, Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately released the God-Devil domain and Flame domain. Maintaining both at the same time was a huge expenditure of his energy. Under such circumstances, he would be totally sapped after a mere 3 minutes of combat. At this time, Yuzhong glanced towards the altar, noticing a number of the holy sons reaching it. One of them managed to get to it, with greed in his eyes, as he stretched out to grab the gold-grade battle armor. Behind him, another holy son had a chilly glint in his eyes, as he roared out and sent a vicious slap, causing a dragon formed out of energy to blast the holy son in front, sending him flying with heavy injuries. Get lost! It's mine! Among the humans there was strife too. Against the foreign species, they would work together and fight alongside. However, once those external threats were not present, and faced with an incredible treasure, their inner greed and demons would rear their ugly heads, causing them to slaughter each other in greed. Another beautiful holy daughter waved her hands, causing a rainbow to shoot out and slam into 3 holy sons in front of her, breaking down their attacks and sent them flying to one side. She then grabbed out at thin air, forming a grasp at the gold-grade battle armor. Just as her energy hand shot out, another holy sun fired out a black radiance, slamming into the energy hand, dissipating it forcefully. If anyone present were to obtain the gold-grade battle armor, they would become an existence capable of dealing with Type 9 powerhouses. Under such an allure, no one could maintain their rationale. The only thing holding them back from killing one another was because they were still fellow humans. Hence, no one died. However, as the battles raged on, they became even more furious with one another. Yuzhong stared at them quietly, without any intention to join in, just frowning at their mad behavior. At the same time, he took out a vial of Type 9 mutant beast blood to drink and recover his energy. Annie also stood quietly by Yuzhong's side, like his shadow, watching the scene in front of her, and a hint of greed in her eyes. She was someone who fought in the shadows, acting as support. Her silk strands enabled her to control someone else like a puppet and could split apart armors and tie her enemies. However, in a frontal clash, she was no match for the rest of the holy sons and daughters. Hence, when fighting for treasures, she knew she did not have an upper hand. She was always one who kept her calm, and since she knew there was no chance for her to obtain the treasure, she did not step forward to fight for it. Qian Chongqing let out a loud roar towards the sky. Everyone, stop! Listen to me. There's a problem with this treasure. If it was so easy to obtain, then the devil race and man-eaters would have taken it before us. Stop! Stop fighting! Every one of the holy sons and daughters was smart, and they quickly sobered up at that, realizing that they had missed that point. It was unfortunate that greed had blinded their eyes earlier. Qian Chongqing had used a psychological attack in his roar, shaking them out from the greed that overtaken them, forcefully bringing the infighting to a stop. At the moment they stopped, one handsome holy son dressed in white appeared like a specter atop the altar, his lips revealing a smug smile as he reached out to grab gold-grade battle armor. Just as he touched the armor, the altar suddenly radiated brightly, forming a huge golden shield that enveloped him and the armor. The runes around the altar shone, and a number of sharp gold spikes burst out from the altar, piercing that holy sun. A mysterious force then traveled through the spikes, immediately sucking the holy sun dry, turning him into dust. A wind blew past, scattering the ashes to one side. Seeing this, everyone's heart turned cold. They had finally cooled down enough to stop fighting and come up to the altar together. Yuzhong also came up to observe carefully. The temple was harboring too many mysteries. If one was not careful, a Type 8 existence could be snuffed out just like an ant. All around the altar, there were many runes engraved, each of them emitting a strange aura. The gold-grade battle armor was placed right in the middle, and right at the spot where the treasure met the altar, was a silver keyhole. Seeing that, Yuzhong's brows furrowed and turned to leave. Such a treasure needed a key to open. With his current strength, he could not break through it. Only a Type 9 or even Type 10 True God expert would be able to deal with the methods of another True God expert. Right as he was about to leave, the crystal silver key within his storage ring began to shudder as though it was alive. Immediately, he decided to stay, watching them quietly. Qian Chongqing swept the entire place a glance before sighing, "There's no way about it, this treasure needs a key to retrieve. Let's go search for other treasures." After that, he turned around without any delay and headed further into the temple. This palace was a treasury, and there was sure to be other treasures other than this armor. Plenty of mutant beast nuclei, leather, scales were placed everywhere. Type 5 mutant beast nuclei were piled up as high as mountains. Weapons of all sorts were placed everywhere casually. There was even a treasure on the same level of the heaven-piercing bow. The remaining holy sons and daughters began to leave, dispersing in other directions, retrieving the various treasures. Divine and Demonic World. Chapter 1160. Crumbling of the Temple. Chapter 968. Crumbling of the Temple. Kuan, the Alliance. Yuzhong told Annie, "Take a step back." Annie retreated silently. Yuzhong sighed a while, thinking deeply, before inserting the key warily. As the crystal key went into the hole, there was a bright, resplendent gold radiance that shone out of the altar, as the gold-grade battle armor began to exude a terrifying aura, before shooting and latching on to Yuzhong. Amidst the radiance, Yuzhong's body was covered with that gold-grade battle armor. At the same time, a powerful aura began to emit from him. His eyes closed and he did not move. A powerful will imprint then went into his mind, forming into the true God expert with golden eyes. After the true God expert formed, Yuzhong's sea of consciousness trembled. He could only quickly summon his avatar within his consciousness. The true God expert gazed at Yuzhong with a look of disdain, as though he was viewing an ant, and barked out, "Pathetic lifeform, I'm the great true God Wade. Stop resisting and surrender your body to me. I will grant you eternal life and endless glory." Inside his consciousness, Yuzhong looked at the true God Wade's avatar, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. Another lingering will? I've already destroyed you once before, this time, it's not going to be any different. Lingering will? No, within this gold battle armor, it is not just a lingering will, it is an undying strand of my soul. You think that you could obtain the temple key so easily, enter my temple, and obtain my treasure, just because of your luck? No, it was all within my calculations. Throughout the ages, among those who had obtained the key and entered this temple, only your body can handle my soul imprint and allow me to revive. This avatar of mine is an undying soul strand, and even a true God expert would find it hard to remove. Just based on you, a mere Type 8 powerhouse, and you want to defeat me? Just hand your body over and be a good slave. Once I stand at the peak once more, I will help you reform another body, and give you eternal life and endless glory. I'm invincible and undefeatable. Wade glared at Yuzhong coolly, as though he was an ant, trying to beat down Yuzhong's sense of self-confidence. Inside this consciousness, where strength depended on the will and confidence of the expert, if Yuzhong was to lose hope, Wade would gain an advantage. He might look arrogant and unbridled, but it was all part of his ploy. What a joke! If you were really invincible, how come there's only a strand of soul left? Just scram back to your grave. Yuzhong's mental fortitude was too strong, and he shot forward and fired out a cosmic finger, pressing down on Wade. Wade laughed coldly when he saw that, directly obliterating it. The cosmic finger is my secret technique, you've barely gotten a grasp on it. Break for me. After destroying the image of the universe, Wade's palm slapped out, causing an encompassing figure that blotted out the sky to slap down viciously, destroying Yuzhong's avatar, as pain coursed throughout his body. In just a second, Yuzhong's avatar had reformed, and he looked at Wade with a hint of trepidation. Strong. This soul strand is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the previous lingering will. After reforming, Yuzhong continued to launch attacks upon Wade. He had to destroy this soul strand, otherwise, death was all that awaited him. At the same time, in the temple, the moment Yuzhong donned on the gold battle armor, there was a surge of strength that emitted out. The aura of a Type 9 powerhouse. That's a Type 9 strength. The other experts who were searching for treasures turned around, noticing Yuzhong who had the armor, and their eyes were full of shock and envy. Qian Chongqing stared at Yuzhong, his eyes filled with undisguised jealousy. How did he do it? Hai Yin also stomped his foot, his eyes filled with envy. Damn it! Why isn't it me? Why didn't the armor choose me? Hong, Hong, Hong. When the gold battle armor landed on Yuzhong's body, the entire temple began to tremble, as it started to fall apart. At the areas where the temple started to disintegrate, spatial tears appear in those places, looking extremely threatening. One particular holy sun stood at the edge of the temple, and when the temple started falling apart, he was caught in the sudden spatial tear. He only had time to scream out, "Save me! Save me!" Qian Chongqing swept a glance at the still Yuzhong before shouting out, "Run!" At that instant, he threw down everything and took the opportunity of the momentarily calm to flee outside. The rest of the holy sons and daughters also fought to follow after. Yuzhong was still immobile, standing near the altar. Within the human faction, only Annie rushed up to Yuzhong, grabbing him while he was still exuding a Type 9 aura. Annie's right hand had just touched the gold radiance, when many golden lights suddenly shot out and sliced her hands, causing blood to flow. She bore the pain as she roared out, "Yuzhong! Run! The place is going to collapse." However, no matter how she screamed and shouted, Yuzhong was immobile, as though he was already dead. Damn it, Heaven's silk domain! She had a resolute look as she waved her hands, as countless silk shot out and formed a domain, wrapping around them. With a wave of her hands, the Heaven's silk domain shrunk and formed 10 main beams, wrapping around Yuzhong. As the silk touched the gold battle armor, they were pierced by the golden beams, constantly being worn down. However, with the support of the domain, the silk continued to repair while securing Yu Zhong's figure. The moment she secured Yu Zhong with the heaven silk domain, she tapped her foot and shot outside. However, right at that moment, the path ahead collapsed, as a huge spatial tear appeared, swallowing both Annie and Yu Zhong. As they were being swallowed up by the spatial tear, Annie's face turned pale, and her heart was filled with despair. Oh no! Even a Type 9 powerhouse with spatial laws would not dare to spend too long in a spatial tear. Without any protection, a half-step Type 9 powerhouse would be torn apart in an instant, wiped out from this world. Only a person with good enough fortune would be able to pass through the spatial tear and reappear somewhere else. As Annie was despairing, Yu Zhong, who had been immobile and his eyes shut, suddenly opened his eyes, his hand reaching out to pull Annie into the area of defense provided by the gold battle armor, and the both of them fell deeper into the abyss, disappearing within the chaotic space. Falling into space, Yu Zhong was still engaged in battle with the soul strand of Wade within his consciousness. Both parties continued to slaughter each other, or rather, Yu Zhong was being obliterated over and over again. Wade's soul strand was incredibly powerful, even after fighting within Yu Zhong's consciousness for so many days. His energy had only been depleted by a mere fraction, and yet, Yu Zhong's avatar had already crumbled tens of thousands of times. In the process, Yu Zhong's will became weaker, but at the same time, it was being ground and tempered. Wade stared at the reformed avatar of Yu Zhong, each time his face pale, as he frowned and barked, "Give up, human. You can never best me. Before I finish expending my energy, your will would have collapsed. No one would be able to help you resurrect then." Yu Zhong then retorted, "No? I might not be able to defeat you now, but it doesn't mean I don't have a way to deal with you. Seal." Immediately, the radiant battleship hidden within the void glowed, and the Type 9 mutant beast nuclei within began to ignite, allowing the numerous cannons to light up and blast out a hole in the chaotic space, before shooting Yu Zhong and sending his spiraling body out of the space. At the same time, a powerful sealing power was shot out of the radiant battleship, entering Yu Zhong's consciousness, forming a cage that sealed Wade's soul strand within. Chapter 1161, Sealing Wade. True God Wade began roaring madly within the cage, blasting out his numerous techniques, causing the cage to tremble continuously. Damn it! Break! The soul strand of a true God expert was incredibly powerful. However, the radiant battleship was a treasure capable of tackling God, and even if Yu Zhong could not exhibit the fullest potential of the battleship, utilizing a Type 9 mutant beast nuclei was able to form a seal to trap Wade's soul strand. The radiant battleship was Yu Zhong's strongest trump card. As long as he had enough Type 9 mutant beast nuclei, he could display a terrifying might. This was why he dared to enter the temple in the first place. As True God Wade continued to roar, he was forced to a corner within Yu Zhong's consciousness. Once that was done, he heaved a sigh of relief. The terror of a true God expert was beyond his imagination, and he had originally assumed that since he could surpass a Type 9 powerhouse's will, he would be able to deal with a soul strand from a true God. However, he had to rely on the radiant battleship in the end to seal Wade. These true God's powerhouses are truly frightening. Even a soul strand is so hard to deal with. If I have to deal with them next time, I had better be prepared. However, this time, I've gained some insights on a soul strand, allowing my own willpower and soul to be refined and tempered further. It would prove beneficial in my breakthrough next time. After going through the countless battles against a true God expert within his mind, although he had been defeated each time, in the process, he had gained some insights to the usage of a soul strand and his will. It would bring about benefits in the future. Yu Zhong could obtain such comprehension mainly because he had taken on the lingering will before, and his spirit and willpower had been tempered before. The will was only accessible when one reached the Type 9 realm. Without any tempering, Yuzhong would only be able to use the radiant battleship to seal the true God Wade, and not obtain any understandings. Suddenly, Yuzhong felt like his head cooled with water. He mustered his strength to open his eyes, discovering that he had appeared within a cave. Annie was currently using a white towel that was soaked to help him wipe his forehead, her eyes full of concern. While he was unconscious and protected by the gold battle armor, Annie had been unable to pry his mouth open to feed him any medicine, thus, she could only rely on such an old-fashioned method to care for him. The moment she saw him open his eyes, she took her hand away quietly, sitting beside him with a cool expression, not saying of concern. From young, she had been aloof. Even when she cared for someone, she did not know how to express herself. Yuzhong twisted his body, and he suddenly realized he could not control his body. Even moving a single finger was extremely difficult. Damn it, I can't move. Shit. He frowned, apparently, while his willpower and soul had been tempered, it had suffered greatly. Thus, he was currently extremely weak, and could not coordinate with his physical body. Had he not utilized the radiant battleship at the critical moment, it was likely that his soul would have been ground away by Wade, and his body possessed by him. Yuzhong asked, "Where is this place?" Annie replied, "I'm not too sure myself. It should be another world. There isn't a trace of the strong energy from the great God world here." Yuzhong asked without batting an eyelid, "Other than the great God world, are there other worlds?" Annie continued, "Yes, other than the great God world, there are 800 other worlds. Our great God world is at the apex, a world where true God warriors lived in ancient times. Although those true gods had disappeared for some unknown reason, our great God world still remains as the strongest in the universe, till this date. I don't know much about the other worlds, however. One thing's for sure, the human race is constantly being oppressed everywhere else." Yuzhong spoke softly, "These few days I might be unable to move. I'll have to trouble you." Although Yuzhong had suffered greatly from the constant destruction and resurrection of his avatar, he had gained insights into the willpower of a true god. Furthermore, with his powerful god-devil physique, as long as he rested, he would recover fully. Suddenly, Annie felt her heart race as she stood up, looking out with a sharp gaze as she muttered coldly, "There are 3 people, from their aura, it seems they're just ordinary folk at the Type 2 realm." Yuzhong sighed, "No, it's all right. Let them come over." If it were an enemy, Yuzhong would not hesitate to kill without mercy. However, if it was not an enemy, then he would not go on a rampage as well. Annie's countenance flashed with a look of bewilderment, as she sat quietly beside Yuzhong. "Plucking the black snow grass here is the best. If we can hand in this amount, our lives would be better." Following some sounds of discussion, 3 young girls wearing clothes made out of leaves came across this cave. The moment they entered the cave, the 3 of them immediately saw Yuzhong and Annie, and were taken aback. The one in lead, whose skin was tanned and barefoot, her eyes gleaming with an intelligent light, asked curiously, "Big sister, who are you guys?" Annie took a look at Yuzhong, not knowing what to say. She had not been one to tell fibs. Yuzhong felt helpless as he mustered his energy to reply, "I'm Yuzhong, she's Annie. We're world travelers, and after coming to this world, there was some accident, thus I can only stay here." The lead girl, who had blue hair, chuckled, "I'm Lon Lon. This is Ching Ching, and the one over there is Sanya. You're injured, why not come to our village to recuperate? My father is a renowned doctor, he can definitely treat you." "Okay." Yuzhong chuckled. He did not think that a small village could produce a doctor capable of helping him. However, he did not reject the kind-hearted actions of others. Annie then reached out to carry Yuzhong as though he was a princess as she walked out. Yuzhong felt a little helpless and embarrassed in her arms. However, he quickly closed his eyes and took in her scent at such close proximity. At the same time, he could feel the soft yet tender peaks of hers. Hee, they're so close. Sister Annie is so beautiful, if only I can grow up to be like her. Sister Annie is so pretty, but her man is slightly lacking. Yuzhong is not fit or strong, nor handsome, why would Sister Annie be with him? The three lasses had never seen many outsiders before, thus they just let their guards down, and continued to talk about them in full sight and hearing. Annie was a holy daughter from the holy heavens after all. Although she did not speak well, her looks were exceptional, and her charms apparent. As for Yuzhong, he was heavily injured and looked weak, plus, his ordinary looks really did put him at a disparity when compared with her. Hearing their words, even the cool expression of Annie broke a little, revealing a beautiful, amused look. The place where the three of them stayed was a small village at the bottom of a valley, where about 50 households lived. In this village, there had never been a woman as pretty as Annie before, thus, as she carried Yuzhong in, there was a bustling of discussion as many people gathered round to gawk. Even so, they were mindful enough not to get too close, just discussing among themselves. Many men stared at Yuzhong, their gazes filled with envy, wishing that it was them instead. Lon Lon rushed into a wooden hut, speaking to a middle-aged man whose upper torso was naked, and his pants made of fox fur, saying, "Father, I'm back, there's a man who's injured. Come and take a look." The middle-aged man, whose hair was bright blue just like Lon Lon, turned around and was momentarily stunned. Evidently, he was also enraptured by Annie, however. He quickly adjusted his gaze towards Yuzhong, and smiled while pointing to the bed. "I'm called Ida, the doctor of this village. Friend, are you injured? Please lay down here and let me take a look." Annie quickly placed Yuzhong down, before standing by his side quietly. Ida walked up to him, reaching out to measure his pulse like a Chinese doctor utilizing traditional Chinese medicine. He then pressed a little on Yuzhong's bones before frowning. "Yuzhong, from your physique, you seem extremely healthy and full of vitality, without any signs of problems. It seems like your injury is spirit-related?" Yuzhong replied, "That's right, I came across a strange beast with 3 eyes, and when the eye of the forehead shone on me, I became like this." Chapter 1162. Annie's Charms. Ida had an apologetic expression. "Medicine for spirit-related injuries are incredibly precious, and I don't have any here. It might only be available in the Jiao Beast City. However, us humans cannot enter there. I'm truly sorry, there's nothing I can do for you." Yuzhong's perception was strong. He could sense when Ida talked about the Jiao Beast City, Lan Lan's body went taut for a second, and her eyes flashed with fear. He did not pursue the matter. Instead, he closed his eyes and began focusing on the Star Luo technique he had learned, and fell asleep. The Star Luo Truths had been written by a Type 9 powerhouse, and one of the chapters was about training and cultivating the soul. However, it was not useful to powerhouses below the peak Type 8 realm. Other than that, only a few special cases could actually cultivate it. To Yuzhong, it was the thing he needed right now. The atmosphere of the village was relaxing, and the villagers were warm and nice, accepting Yuzhong and Annie. The both of them thus stayed in the village. As Type 8 powerhouses, their physiques were incredible. Even if they did not eat or drink for 30 years, they could survive on absorbing the atmospheric energy. However, their bodies would still be weak. In order to make herself useful, Annie joined the hunting team, employing a few skills and easily convinced the rest of the hunters, becoming their leader. With her terrifying strength, the mutant beasts and wild beasts within the mountains all perished under her lead. The hunting party managed to hunt a staggering amount of meat with 0 casualties ever since, bringing in an abundant harvest. Annie had thus become a goddess in many of the villagers' eyes. On this day, both Yuzhong and Annie were in a wooden hut. As Yuzhong laid quietly on the bed, Annie hoisted him up, and began to feed him a bowl of meat soup tenderly. She would blow gently on the spoon before feeding it to Eugène. Watching him swallow the soup, there was a gentle look in Annie's eyes. These few days, she had already transformed from a lady who did not know how to serve others, into the epitome of a housewife taking care of her sick husband. It was not a tough thing; as long as one was willing, most could pick it up. Annie was talented and resolute; furthermore, her state of mind was usually calm and steady. Thus, these small things did not bog her down. Lon Lon came bouncing over, looking at Annie, her eyes radiating with idolization as she reached out. "Sister Annie, let me help you. You should go take a rest, you're just back from hunting, it's been tough on you." Annie's performance had totally won over all the young men and women of the village. Not only was she adept at hunting, but she also picked things up first, and excelled in them. She cared for Eugène meticulously, not leaving his side unless she had to carry out tasks. The entire village was jealous of this Eugène who was bedridden. Currently, outside the wooden heart, there were piles and piles of meat, and in the corner of the garden, there were all sorts of fur, leather, and bones from the hunting. Annie frowned and patted Lon Lan's hands away. "No, I'll do it myself." After these few days of interaction, Lon Lon knew that Annie was cold externally but warm inside. She was not angry, just staring at Eugène in envy. "Eugène, ah Eugène, I wonder how your ancestors are blessing you, to be able to find such a good woman. Your luck is truly too wondrous, I envy you so much." Eugène laid on the bed and chuckled when he heard those slightly innocent words, but did not say much. At this time, 3 youths wearing tiger hides and carrying bows on their backs came into the room, their muscled bodies rippling. The leader was a handsome youth with long hair, his eyes gazing at Annie with deep infatuation as he kneeled on one knee, declaring, "Sister Annie, I like you. No. I love you. I love you more than my life. Please be my woman, I will bring you happiness." Annie looked at the kneeling youth and frowned, declaring indifferently, "I don't like you. Go out." The youth showed a stunned look, as he got up and retreated bitterly. Another of the youths, Ada, came forward and kneeled, looking at Annie, his eyes also filled with love and passion. "Sister Annie, I like you, marry me. For you, I can give up everything else. As long as you marry me, I will help you look after Eugène till the day he dies." Lon Lon saw Ada professing his love and was taken aback. He was the top youth, highly sought after by most girls in the village, and was proud by nature. To think that he would actually kneel because of Annie, and was even willing to help Annie look after Eugène. Annie's next sentence knocked him out. "I don't like you. Go out." Ada chuckled bitterly and stood up solemnly. He asked loudly with unwillingness in his heart, "Why? Sister Annie, how am I not comparable to this fellow here? Why won't you choose me instead? You would rather spend your life with this crippled trash. If you were to follow me, I will give you happiness." Annie frowned and her finger flicked out, causing an energy bolt to slam into Ada's chest, sending him flying out a few meters as he sprawled to the ground. "He's not a crippled trash. The 3 of you, get out of my sight." Seeing that she was finally pissed, there was a look of fear in their eyes, as they gritted their teeth and headed out. They did not dare antagonize her further, and could sense a terrifying might beneath her fury. Lon Lon came up to Annie carefully and tried to speak on their behalf. "Sister Annie, don't be angry, they're just in love with you. They did not mean any harm." She replied casually, as she continued feeding Eugène while blowing on the soup gently, as though nothing was more important than this. Seeing him take in the soup, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile, revealing a satisfied expression, as though she was the most fortunate and blissful woman in the world. Lon Lon stared in bewilderment, not knowing what in the world was going on. What's so good about this guy? How is Sister Annie so enamored with him? Unbelievable! At this moment, Sanya ran in with an ashen face, her voice low and urgent. "Lon Lon, not good. The nobles of the Jiao Beast City are here. What? They're here? Lan Lan's face turned pale as her body trembled. She turned to Annie and urged, Sister Annie, quick, hide. The nobles of the Jiao Beast City are here. Those people come here to take our food and women. With your looks, they will not let you off. Annie placed the spoon down, her perception sweeping out, as she asked Yu Zhong coldly, 23 of them, 21 type 3, 1 type 4, 1 type 2. Take them out? Yu Zhong sighed and shook his head. Take me out for a look. Annie reached out to carry him like a princess once more. Yu Zhong chuckled helplessly. Can you switch up the way you carry me? Annie grinned, a crafty smile on her face. Nope, I like this very much. Seeing that smile, Yu Zhong could not help but be stunned, captivated by her radiant smile. With Yu Zhong's current willpower, even the charm techniques of a Type 9 powerhouse was no use to him. Only Annie, without any tricks, her smile full of her feelings, was enough to send Yu Zhong into a daze. His willpower was strong against other spirit techniques, but not a person's heart. Being stared at by Yu Zhong, Annie was flushed slightly as well. She did not dare to look at him, and quickly changed to a piggyback style as she stepped out. At the entrance of the village, there were a few soldiers in black armor, their figures exuding a cold, killing intent, guarding a middle-aged man dressed lavishly while riding a white horse, and another young man dressed in black robes riding a black horse. The households in the village poured out, bringing out their best food, placing them at the side, while kneeling. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembling. The middle-aged man on the white horse shot the villagers a look and wrinkled his nose, waving his hands. Damn it. This run-down place is truly too pathetic. There's nothing good here. Forget it, you, go grab 20 kids, we need to complete Sir Zuoyi's orders. One soldier rushed out and quickly rounded up the kids of the village, throwing them into cages. The villagers began to bawl and sob. The village head trembled, his face full of fear as he stepped up and asked, Esteemed Lord Ives, we had just given the blood sacrifice 3 months ago? Isn't the next time not for another 5 years? Why have you come to take our kids this time? Ives shot him a glare as he roared out savagely, Lowly commoner, do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Kneel, otherwise I'll chop you up. Chapter 1163 180 Degrees Change in Attitude. The expression of the village head turned incredibly pale, as he kneeled on the floor hurriedly and kowtowed. Supported by Annie, Yu Zhong walked out from the wooden hut and immediately saw a number of children aged 5 to 10 being rounded up and thrown into a cage, crying and wailing. The villagers who lost their kids were also crying uncontrollably, kneeling on the floor, not daring to move. Even the 3 youths who had barged into Yu Zhong's hut earlier were on the ground, their bodies trembling and their faces ashen. Seeing this, Yu Zhong frowned, and a hint of killing intent erupted. Those kids were obviously intended to be used for demonic practices. Otherwise, there would be no need to cage them. Ives saw Annie, and his eyes immediately lit up with lust and greed, ordering loudly, What a beautiful chick! To think that there would such a high-quality good here. Men, go catch her for me. Hearing his orders, 6 soldiers quickly charged towards Annie. Annie hoisted Yu Zhong with one hand, pulling out a bat with the other, and sent 6 shadows slamming into the bodies of the 6 soldiers. In that instant, the 6 Type 3 soldiers were sent flying back, as they doubled over on the floor and trembling with incredible agony. Under Yu Zhong's instructions, she had already shown mercy, otherwise, with her Type 8 strength, just blowing at them would cause them to disintegrate. Ives saw how strong she was, and was not upset, instead, looking extremely excited as he asked, Great! What an incredible specimen! I like her. Baru, who is she? Village head Baru trembled as he replied, Sir Ives, she's called Annie, and she is a wandering hunter that had just joined us not long ago. Ives had an evil look in his eyes as he laughed savagely, threatening, "Annie, kneel down and submit to me. I can make the decision and spare this village from the blood sacrifice. Otherwise, I will kill all these kids and raze the entire village to the ground. If you don't want to be the cause of their slaughter, surrender now. Become my woman. You only have 30 seconds to consider. By the end, if you cannot answer, I will kill everyone here." When he waved his hands, his personal guards had already raised their weapons at the children within the cage. Ives then swept the villagers a gaze and laughed cruelly. "You people, if you want to leave, go beg her to save you. Annie, please, surrender. My son is in their hands. Please. Surrender to Ives, he will provide for you. Annie, please, on account that we had sheltered you these few days, please save us." The villagers began to kneel, crawling towards Annie as they begged pitifully. Even the village head Baru came up to Annie, kowtowing profusely as blood appeared. "Miss Annie, I'm begging you! On behalf of our village, please, please save us. Please." Ives was extremely cunning and knew how to pit others against one another. If Annie did not submit, he would really commit genocide. That was why Baru and the rest could only plead and beg for Annie to sacrifice herself. Yuzhong frowned when he saw the sight, and he spoke indifferently. "Kill all of them, leave only 6. Separate that Marquis and the black-robed guy beside him." "Got it," Annie replied, and with a wave of her hands, a number of transparent silk shot out, instantly slaughtering all of Ives' men. In an instant, most of the soldiers were sliced up into fine pieces, fresh blood splattering everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. Before Ives could even express his shock, he, the black-robed man beside him, as well as 4 others were all tied up by the silk and dragged before Yuzhong. "What? Dead? What did she do? She actually slaughtered all the soldiers and even captured Ives. That was too terrifying." Seeing how Annie actually slaughtered the soldiers under Ives, the villagers were all full of shock. Ives was a noble of the Jiao Beast city, and had a huge background. If he were to be injured slightly, the entire village would be wiped out by the forces sent by the city. Compared to Jiao Beast city, this village was nothing much. In these years, many other villages had been wiped out due to the slightest offense of any noble within the city. The moment they realized the guards of a member of nobility had died in their village, Baru and the rest felt an intense sense of fear and helplessness. At that instant, the black robes fluttered, revealing a strange monster with the head of a WRM, his body covered entirely in gray scales, while wearing a casual outfit over his human-like body. This WRM head spoke in a growl. "Release me, you damn human scum. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Grey WRMS, and if you lowly humans dare touch a single hair of mine, the entire Grey WRM clan would not let you off. You guys have offended me. I will definitely tear you limb from limb and cook you alive." Ives was also struggling as he roared out, "This is Sir Sanford, one of the nobles of the Grey WRM clan among the holy race. If you guys dare hurt him, the entire village would suffer the wrath of the holy race. Your plight would be worse than death. Release us this instant and offer your sacrifices. There is still a chance to appease Sir Sanford." "What? Holy race? He is actually from the holy race. Shit, it's over, we actually offended a noble from the holy race." The moment they heard the term holy race, everyone's countenance changed, and they were filled with despair. Baru began kowtowing once more, pleading profusely, "Annie, please, release Sir Sanford, he's from the holy race. If we were to hurt him, even after we die, we will not be let off lightly. The holy race would not let us off, and they would round us all up and eat us alive. Release him! Annie, release him!" The villagers clamored to persuade her. They were extremely afraid of the holy race, as it would mean the demise of their entire village. Facing the begging of the villages, Annie did not do anything. Instead, she turned to Yu Zhong and asked, "What do we do? Kill them?" Her personality was like that, cool and unfeeling. Other than those she cared about, she would not frown even if more died in front of her. In fact, most of the holy sons and daughters of the holy heavens were like that. Only such characters could trudge through the countless challenges and rise to become an overlord. If she had to change her mind because of unrelated people or threats, Annie would have died umpteen times over. Hearing those cold words, the entire village felt a chill, their eyes turning towards Yu Zhong. This seemingly crippled man was the one who decided their fate. Baru pleaded, "Yu Zhong, please, release the two sirs. I'm begging you." Sanford continued to struggle wildly, as he threatened viciously, "Release me, and give me 10 children to feed on. I will spare you guys this once. Otherwise, if you lowly humans dare to hurt me, I will get the holy army to round you all up and cook you guys to eat." Cries and screams began to ring out, and the entire field turned extremely chaotic. The moment they heard that Sanford wanted to eat 10 children, many of the villagers trembled, crying out, not knowing what to do. Yu Zhong frowned and ordered, "Knock them out." Annie shot out a finger, and she manipulated the atmospheric energy to strike the heads of Ives and his men, knocking them out. With a wave of Yu Zhong's hands, a number of puppet runes entered the brains of Ives and his men. Yu Zhong then ordered, "Release their bindings." Annie waved her hands, and the silk strands tying up the bunch disappeared without a trace. Sanford woke up immediately, crawling in front of Yu Zhong and spoke, "Your lowly servant Sanford greets Master. I had offended Master previously, and I seek Master's mercy and grace." Ives also woke up just then, crawling in front of Yu Zhong as though he was a loyal dog. "Your shameful servant Ives greets Master. I deserve death for my earlier offenses, and seek Master's instructions on how this servant can atone." Chapter 1164, Jiao Beast City. When the villagers saw this scene, they were all shocked beyond words. They had never expected the arrogant Ives who had just been throwing his weight around and threatening them together with Sanford, to actually crawl in front of Yu Zhong, seeking forgiveness. It was simply unbelievable. How the hell? Who in the world is he? He could actually get 2 nobles to plead for forgiveness. The strongest youth of the village, Ada, saw the 2 kneeling man, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He was just a small fry in front of Ives and Sanford, and could only kneel on the ground, without even the courage to look at them. However, the 2 of them were actually kneeling in front of Yu Zhong, who he had looked upon with disdain. The gap was simply too huge. The peace and bliss that he had promised Annie was like a joke. The youth looked at Yu Zhong, his fist clenched while his expression pale, thinking with some unwillingness, "Sister Annie's eye for men is truly exceptional. I can't compare to Yu Zhong." Lon Lon saw the scene from the room as well, and her heart was also filled with shock. Those are 2 nobles. They're actually kneeling in front of him to be his slave. He has some capabilities, no wonder Sister Annie is so enamored with him. I can't discern as well as Sister Annie. This Yu Zhong is truly some character. Inside this village, all those who had thought Yu Zhong was simply a toad trying to eat swan meat, or the pile of dung beneath the rose, were forced to rethink. Now, they suddenly felt it appropriate for Annie to like Yu Zhong. The numerous young ladies were also eyeing Yu Zhong with strange gazes. In this world, these humans within the village lived no different from animals. If the nobles wanted to kill them, there was nothing they could do. As long as Ives opened his mouth, none of the women could reject him. Yet, this Yu Zhong was seemingly even more powerful than Ives. The hearts of the numerous women were obviously stirred. If it was not for Annie still standing beside Yu Zhong, many of them would have run over to profess their love. Ives then asked Yu Zhong respectfully, "Master, would you like to go to the Jiao Biasi city? This slave has some businesses and properties there. The environment is a whole lot better than here." Yuzhong asked, "Did you bring money?" Ives pulled out a bag of gold and handed it over. "This slave has 100 gold coins." Yuzhong chuckled, tossing the bag to Lon Lon. "This is for you. Thanks for taking care of us these few days." After a few days of cultivation, although Yuzhong was not yet at his peak, he could already control some parts of his body. The villagers stared at the bag with jealousy. They knew that with this gold, Lon Lan's family would become the wealthiest in the village. When Lon Lon received the bag, she was filled with joy. At the same time, there was a sense of loss and sadness. She knew that Yuzhong and Annie were about to leave. This small village could not contain these two. "Let's go!" With an order, Ives and the rest turned around, leading them out of the village. The moment Yuzhong and Annie got on a horse, Yuzhong asked, "Why did you guys capture the kids in the village?" Ives explained, "Master, the mayor of Jiao Beast City, Marquis Valentine, wants to organize a banquet, and is lacking some blood food. With the orders from the higher-ups, this slave has no choice but to come out to get more for Marquis Valentine." Yuzhong frowned and felt a sense of unease, continuing his line of questioning. "Blood food? What's blood food?" Ives then proceeded to say what he knew. The world, or rather the planet they were on, was called Great Dragon Planet, and the rulers were the Great Holy Race. They were made up of creatures like Sanford, the Grey Wyrms, the Lightning Wyrms, and many other species. Humans were considered the lower class on this planet. Each and every one of the holy race was esteemed and placed above the lower class. At the same time, there were tiers to their classes, namely the nobles, citizens, commoners, and slaves. Ives was one of the nobles of the human race. Most of the humans within the Jiao Beast City were ordinary citizens, whereas commoners lived in the mountainsides and countries, like Lon Lon and the rest. Slaves were the lowest caste. In this cruel world, the holy race was at the top, controlling the fate of the world. Humans were their food, and could be killed or slaughtered any time they liked. Even someone like Ives could be killed if he did not have a strong backing. As for the human nobles, they were usually partners and assistants to the holy race, helping them manage affairs, hunt, and suppress their own kind, catching commoners as blood food for the holy race. Blood food referred to the food of these holy race members. It was like the second world, where the saint race treated the humans as food, and in fact, humans formed a huge part of their diet. Of course, likewise in this world, there were many human heroes who sought to retaliate. However, in these thousands of years, all human resistance would be quickly put down before they could grow large enough. Furthermore, there was a separation in thinking of the humans. The nobles sought to ally themselves with the holy race, suppressing and hunting their fellow humans. The holy race might be cruel and savage, but there was a limit to their viciousness. As long as they had enough blood food, they would not consume wantonly. At the same time, there was still law and order. Hence, fewer humans stood out to resist the holy race, instead, becoming a sort of livestock for them. The holy race were the rules on this planet, forming the Great Dragon Kingdom, with over 58,000 cities. There were 48 kingdoms, each of them overseeing 1,000 cities, while the main empire was in control of 10,000. Each city would harbor a large number of humans and holy race members, while on the outskirts were numerous commoners. The Great Dragon Empire had their own experts as well, with each king being a Type 8 expert. The emperor was rumored to be a Type 9 powerhouse. Each city was managed by a Type 7 mayor, and their own subordinates were also powerful warriors. Under that sort of suppression, although there were easily 20 times humans to the holy race, they could only continue to serve. The Jiao Beast City was a large city, prosperous and bustling. All around the city, the walls were at least 50 m high and there was a moat of about 40 m wide surrounding the city. Only the 4 main gates in the north, south, east, and west directions allowed in and outflow. This huge city wall and moat were enough to keep people in and out of the city. The difference between Great Dragon Planet and Earth was that the gravity here was at least 10 times stronger. Even a Type 3 powerhouse could only leap about 5 m high. In order to jump into the city, one had to be at least at the Type 5 realm. Due to the strength of the holy race, other than a few humans who submitted and acted as the fangs and claws of the holy race, the rest of the human race was largely below the Type 5 realm. Even the weakest Type 4 holy race member could defeat the strongest human. On the city wall, there were 1,000 human soldiers and 100 green WYRM warriors patrolling. The equipment of the two races were extremely clear. The humans only wore ordinary cotton armor and wielded wooden spears, while the experts of the green WYRM race held large cannons and were covered with enhanced armors powered by mutant beasts. They even each had an alloy blade at their waist. The vast difference between the two sides were at least 100 years' worth of technology. One single green WYRM expert in the enhanced armor could fight a Type 5 powerhouse and wipe out 100 human soldiers easily. There were many laser cannons, machine guns, ray guns, and other advanced weaponry atop the wall. However, they were all controlled by the green WYRM expert. The holy race was guarded even against the humans serving them, only allowing their own people the best of equipment to use. Humans could only utilize melee weapons, and like this, the humans were even more at a disadvantage and could not rise against the holy race by using those weapons. As Yu Zhong and his group came to the south gate, they saw a cart with a cage loaded on top. Within it, numerous kids were locked. The children were crying out uncontrollably, and yet, the humans in front of the carriage were smiling and discussing their haul. Yu Zhong looked at those humans serving the holy race willingly and felt an unbridled fury arose as his killing intent burst forth. Damn bastards, they're actually capturing their own kind for the pleasure of the holy race. Shameless! They deserve to die. Annie frowned, her eyes also filled with killing intent. Shall we act? Chapter 1165. Capturing the Mayor Manor. Annie had a cold personality, to the point of being unfeeling sometimes. However, seeing these humans capturing the children of their fellow humans to present them as food for the holy race, this sort of behavior had really crossed her line as well, causing her to emit a killing intent. Yu Zhong suppressed his own anger and spoke solemnly. No need, head to the mayor's manor directly. Under his orders, the group of people quickly headed towards the gate. Outside the gate, there were 16 human soldiers maintaining order. The moment they caught sight of the grey WRM noble among Yu Zhong's group, their expressions changed and they quickly darted to the sides, not daring to block their way. The rest of the humans entering also quickly stepped aside, not daring to get in their way. Although the humans in the city were of a higher caste than those commoners outside, as well as slaves, in front of the holy race, they were still ants and could be beaten to death for no reason at all. The structure and layout of the Jiao Beast City were modern, with high-rise buildings touching the skies, made out of unknown metal alloys. There were roads along the ground and even in the air, as vehicles traveled about, with anti-gravity capabilities. Most of these occupants were the gray WYRMS or green WYRMS. No human could own such transportation means. On the ground, other than the main roads, there were markings for carriages and pathways for walking as well. Those were mainly for the humans to use. The nobles of the human race rode horses, while the citizens walked on the pathways. Along those roads, there were a few holy races with savage expressions walking about as well. The moment they appeared, the nobles would quickly get off their horses while the citizens had to kneel on the ground while trembling from fear. Inside the city, most of the nobles had some form of backing, thus, the holy race would not be too unbridled. However, against the citizens, if they were hungry, they could just pluck their heads off and eat them. Of course, it would be an offense to slaughter a citizen in public, but it was a fine at most, and there was little done to the holy race member. On the path, from time to time, one could see some holy race members just devouring humans in broad daylight. Hence, as long as humans caught sight of them, they would evade as far as they could. If they could not, they would just kneel and tremble, praying that the holy race members had eaten their fill and not devour them. Along the way, with Sanford, a true holy race member, leading the way, most humans would quickly get out of Yuzhong's path. If they could not get away in time, they would get down onto the ground and tremble. He ignored them, heading straight for the direction of the mayor's manor. Soon, he came to a huge castle that was about 1,000 hectares. "Halt, this is the mayor's manor. Get down, we're conducting a search." The moment they stepped into the gates, 4 green WYRMs rushed out, barking at the party. Yuzhong spoke indifferently, "Get rid of them, knock them out." With a wave of Annie's hands, a number of silk strands directly pierced through their head, sending a spirit jolt, and knocked out the 4 green WYRM warriors. Yuzhong waved his hands, sending a number of puppet runes into their heads. The moment the runes branded onto the souls, those green WYRM soldiers had already become his puppets. The group continued on towards the inner part of the manor. The defenses were tight inside the manor, with numerous scanners and surveillance cameras. On top of that, there were sentries everywhere, like it was a heavily guarded castle. If anyone wanted to barge into this place, they would have to pay a terrible price. Except for Yuzhong, the moment he entered, the super AI Bai had already infiltrated the systems within the manor easily, handing control over to Yuzhong. Unless it was an empire where there was a super AI defending the fort like in the Mech Kingdom, otherwise, most systems could not even put any resistance when Bai came into play. Through Bai, Yuzhong easily gained control over the surveillance within the mayor, while Annie's silk seemed to have a life of its own, easily traveling through the mayor, and knocking out those holy race's warriors who were hiding in the dark. In front of a Type 8 powerhouse like her, whose perception was so strong, those holy race warriors were as weak as ants, and no one could defend themselves. With a thought, the Type 7 mech that could change shapes appeared and covered his body, forming a silver-gold frame. He then controlled it with his will to move. Yuzhong stored many mechs within his storage ring. Even without Annie, he was able to make use of them to move. When Annie saw that, there was a slight sense of loss in her eyes. The manor was constructed beautifully, and with a complicated design. If an ordinary person were to come in, it was likely they would be lost. However, since Bai had control over the mainframe of the building, the structure was basically in her hands. She guided Yuzhong smoothly towards the palace where the mayor Marquis Valentine was staying in. The moment Yuzhong entered Valentine's residence, he immediately saw a number of children of age 5 to 12, every one of them naked and trapped in cages, placed atop a long dining table. Seated at the tables were a number of 3M tall holy race members with WRM heads and vicious gazes. The children within the cages were wailing and sobbing, their eyes filled with despair. Valentine himself sat at the head seat. In front of him, there was a large basin, filled with cream, and 2 silver-haired girls with lithe bodies. Their eyes were filled with despair. Seeing Yuzhong appear suddenly, Valentine was taken aback. Before his gaze turned cold and he laughed savagely. "Capture that human alive. I want to question him. Just how a lowly human can actually enter our palace. Those stupid human guards must have a spy within them. I will sniff him out and roast him alive." Hearing Marquis Valentine's order, 2 Type 6 green WRM soldiers exploded forth, charging towards Yuzhong with a burst of light. Valentine watched them act, his eyes filled with a vicious glint. Those 2 Type 6 green WRM warriors had torn numerous humans apart and were the cruelest of his subordinates. Yuzhong's gaze was cold as he barked out icily, "Damn beasts. Today will be your death day. I will let you guys know that humans are not your food." Annie waved her hands, and numerous silk shot out to restrain the two green WYRM warriors, and in a flash, they were sliced up by the silk, blood and body parts splattering on the floor. Seeing how Annie took care of those two easily, the rest of the holy race experts were filled with trepidation as they stared at Annie. Type 7? No! You're a Type 8 powerhouse. There's actually someone like you on Great Dragon Planet. I must definitely report this to the Emperor. All of you charge forth and kill these two with all your might. Valentine saw how Annie easily sliced the two green WYRM apart, and his face fell. He gave this order before the dragon wings on his back unfolded and flapped powerfully, soaring into the sky. Under Valentine's orders, the holy race soldiers on either side of the table stood up, prepared to fight Annie to the death. Every single one of these green WRM members was ferocious and loved to battle. As long as there was an order, they would go all the way, even if they were not a match for their opponent, they would never retreat. As the experts from the green WYRM moved, the silk strands would pierce through their heads, controlling their bodies. Valentine had just flown out when the silk strands already burst forth and wrapped around him. At the same time, one of the silk shot towards the back of Valentine's head. As everything happened at once, Valentine flipped his hands, and a mechanical plate containing a Type 8 nucleus appeared. A transparent shield immediately enveloped him, blocking the silk strand. The mechanical was a C3 grade protection treasure. It was even able to defend against Type 8 powerhouses. Every city mayor had a C3 grade defense treasure, and it was their life-saving item. At the same time, Valentine waved his hands, causing numerous beams of light to shoot towards the sky. Annie frowned and sent out more silk strands, coiling around the light beams. The over 200 beams were mostly destroyed, but there was a dozen that managed to shoot away at 50 times the speed of sound, disappearing from the location. Chapter 1166 Shock. Valentine sneered within the protection of the C3 grade shield. Ha ha ha, humans, I have already sent out information on the two of you. Not long after, the Great Dragon Empire will know of your existence. If you surrender now, I can still spare you and give you a way out. I can even confer upon you a noble status. Otherwise, you and the 300,000 humans in this Jiao Beast City will be wiped out. The defense of the C3 grade treasure was incredibly shocking. As long as the Type 8 mutant beast nucleus was not expended fully, within a short time, Annie would not be able to break through it. The silk strands of Annie were useful in many areas. They could be used to assassinate, control, bind, defend, and even stealth, but they were not particularly strong in offense. If it were Yu Zhong at his peak, he could definitely destroy the shield with a punch. You're spouting too much bullshit. Just sleep already. Yu Zhong swept Valentine a look, his eyes flashing with a cold gaze, and a powerful intent that surpassed even a Type 9 powerhouse blasted towards him. Your Majesty! Struck by that intent, Valentine felt as though Yu Zhong had transformed into the Great Dragon Emperor who he feared and respected, reaching out to grab his head. Under that terrifying spirit attack, Valentine's will was crushed, and his body crumpled to the ground, while the mechanical plate controlling the C3 grade treasure fell onto the ground, and the shield disappeared. Yu Zhong simply shook his finger, and sent a Type 7 puppet rune into Valentine's head, turning him into a puppet. Annie stood quietly, and while she seemed calm on the surface, her heart was full of shock. That was formidable! His will and intent already surpassed most Type 9 powerhouses. The usage of intent or willpower, as well as spatial laws, were the largest barriers for many Type 8 powerhouses to break through to the Type 9 realm. Many half-step Type 9 powerhouses would be stuck at the bottleneck for many years, before heading to various secret battlefields to temper themselves. However, most of them would only be able to train their will to be on the same realm as their strength, Few could possess a will stronger than a Type 9 powerhouse at the Type 8 realm. Valentine quickly came to, and he immediately came up to Yu Zhong, speaking respectfully. "Your slave Valentine greets master." Yu Zhong asked, "How many holy race members are there in the Jiao Beast city?" Valentine quickly replied, "There are 35,434 holy race members, 476 Type 6 powerhouses, 11,123 Type 5 powerhouses, and the rest Type 4. With a wave of his hands, Yu Zhong sent a puppet rune into Valentine's hands. "These are 40,000 puppet runes. Go turn all of them into puppets that you can control." There was no thickness to the puppet rune, there was no difference between 40,000 of them and one of them. "Yes, master." Valentine received the 40,000 runes and quickly led his subordinates out. Annie swept a look over the children on the dining table, her brows furrowing slightly. "What do we about these little kids? Don't kill me. Big brother, big sister, please don't kill me. I know how to do things, I'm willing to help you. Please don't kill me." When the kids on the table heard Yu Zhong and Annie's conversation, they were filled with fear as they began to plead. They had seen how the two of them had slaughtered the green WRMS easily, and were obviously more terrifying than the holy race. That was why they began to plead. In fact, within the great dragon planet, humans were even more vicious than the holy race. Yu Zhong looked at the wailing children and frowned. He emitted a powerful aura but was not fierce as he barked, "Keep quiet." The kids were all frightened by Yu Zhong's intimidation, as they fell silent, staring at him with fear. Yu Zhong spoke softly, "When I'm done handling things here, I will let you out. For now, just keep calm." Hearing that, these kids finally managed to quieten down peacefully. Annie frowned. "Are you intending to defend the city? We're not a match for the entire Great Dragon Empire. If it were up to her, they had to leave here immediately." The Great Dragon Empire was the overlord of this world and had over 48 Type 8 powerhouses, one Type 9 powerhouse and numerous Type 7 and Type 6 expert. Such a force was enough to crush Annie and Yu Zhong. Annie was a human holy daughter, and against 100 Type 7 powerhouses, she could wipe them out. However, against 500 Type 7 powerhouses, she would have to retreat. If 1,000 Type 7 experts joined forces, they could kill her. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was still heavily injured. Annie did not wish to go against the Great Dragon Empire at this point in time. Yu Zhong chuckled confidently, "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Annie saw that and replied with a nod. Valentine was the mayor of the Jiao Beast city, and as he led his troops towards the rest of the holy race, he swiftly converted them all into Yu Zhong's puppets. Noon, in the center of the city, the 300,000 humans were already gathered. All of them had been summoned by the holy race and eyed the warriors with fear, afraid of their lives being claimed. One human noble in a suit, Ran Jiang, looked towards another noble, Hua Te, and asked in a low voice, "Old Hua, what's going on? Why did the city mayor gather all of us here? Is he going to kill all of us?" Hua Te had a look of alarm as he began to tremble, replying with a voice lacking in confidence, "I hope not. We already did so much for them, they should eat the rest instead of us, right?" Inside the Jiao Beast city, all humans were mere food for the holy races. Every year, many noble sons and daughters would also be captured. However, there had never been a massacre before. After all, if the holy race were to just slaughter wantonly, all humans would be wiped out, then the holy race would experience food shortage. As the humans present began to speculate and guess, a human beauty dressed in silver armor came walking out, guarded by a number of ferocious-looking holy race warriors, as she came up to the podium. Hua Te gazed at Yu Zhong and Annie, and could not help but exclaim, "Look! Those are humans!" Ran Jiang had a look of disbelief. How could humans be walking together with the city mayor? Seeing Yu Zhong and Annie, The humans below began to break out in a discussion. Yu Zhong frowned and emitted a powerful pressure, quiet. Immediately, everyone quietened down. Yu Zhong then explained, I am Yu Zhong, a human. From today onwards, I'm the new mayor of the Jiao Beast City. You all are my citizens. My aim is to destroy the Great Dragon Empire and release all humans, instating humans as the rulers of this planet. I order you all to follow me, and fight for the freedom and rights of your fellow human beings, as well as your lives. When those words fell, it was as though everyone became ants thrown in a boiling pot of water. Most of them did not celebrate, instead, they were filled with fear and terror. After such a long period of time, the humans had no lack of any passionate young heroes to go against the Great Dragon Empire. However, their plights had always been miserable. All those who joined them had always been caught and eaten as well. Under the threat of the Great Dragon Empire's might, no one here wanted to fight against the holy race. Regardless of what you think, I don't care. What I need is your absolute obedience. Those who resist will die. My first order is that, from now on, no one is to hunt other humans, to hand any of your fellow human beings to the holy race. Those who disobey will end up like these guys. Yu Zhong waved his hands as 30 human soldiers turned puppets escorted 200 human nobles, as well as numerous others, out like dogs, shoving them towards the platform. One of the captured nobles had a savage look as he roared out, "Release me! Yu Zhong, you damn traitor! You dare go against the Great Dragon Empire! The Empire would not let you off. You will be punished and cooked by the Empire." Another noble also screamed, "You dare to capture me! My backer is Marquis Sarati. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die." The captured nobles were all screaming and venting their fury. Yu Zhong waved his hands and declared coldly, "Kill!" In that instant, the 30 Type 5 human soldiers wielded large blades and charged through the captives, before turning to their hunting squads as well. Their blades swished through the air, acting like grinders. The podium then became like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The nobles and their hunting squads were all sliced up into headless or dismembered corpses, crumpling to the ground. In an instant there were over 4,000 dead bodies. When the spectators saw this, all of them turned pale, and many vomited from the gruesome nature of the massacre. They were filled with fear towards Yu Zhong, as though he was a devil king. To these humans who had been treated like slaves, Yu Zhong just needed them to fear him and obey him, only then would he throw them into battle. Chapter 1167 Attack. Seeing Yu Zhong slaughter those hunting parties without mercy, the spectating humans were all filled with terror. Yu Zhong shot them all a glance and declared solemnly, "From now on, all of you will become warriors, until we have fully obliterated the Great Dragon Emperor. Now we will begin registration." After establishing his dominance, the numerous human soldiers turned puppets quickly came forward, beginning the forceful recruitment of soldiers, registering everyone present as a soldier. When Annie saw how Yu Zhong forced these humans to be soldiers, her brows arched as she spoke. "Yu Zhong, even if these people became soldiers, their hearts are not with you, there's no point. These humans had been domesticated entirely by the Great Dragon Empire over thousands of years, their behavior and attitude were too servile. They had no intentions of resisting the Great Dragon Empire. Even if Yu Zhong were to conscript them, they would not become a strong force. Even if they took a step back, and these people were willing to go against the Great Dragon Empire, in front of such might, they were not even capable of being cannon fodder. Thus, Annie could not understand why Yu Zhong would want to waste the time and energy. Yu Zhong looked out at those numb and desensitized people and spoke, "I know. However, Annie, in order to truly change a race from being slaves to the rulers, it is not possible to rely on just a few people. They need to learn to stand up and fight for their own. Only then would there be a bright future. These people will be the future of the human race here on Great Dragon Planet. To leave the future of the race to the decisions of a few top humans would not be enough. Otherwise, if there were no strong contenders in future generations, the race would still fall to ruins. Yu Zhong chose to force the people within the Jiao Beast City to become soldiers in order to raise their combat will, the intention to resist, as well as the honor and glory of ages past. As for their combat strength, Yu Zhong did not really give a hoot about it. Eyeing the people below, Yu Zhong took a piece of fruit that seemed to be burning like a flame and took a huge bite. As the fruit entered his abdomen, a pure energy coursed through to his soul, replenishing the damage he sustained. This scarlet-red fruit was called the Blazing Flame Fruit, a special product of the Great Dragon Planet. When consumed, it can benefit a person's spirit and soul. After he took over Jiao Beast City, Yu Zhong discovered many of such fruits within the manor, and they were the best medicine to treat his injuries. About 5,000 kilometers west of the city, there was a huge and grand city covering a large area, with numerous floating islands above, as well as a huge 1 m tall city wall covering it. This city was called the Green Wyrm King City, the capital home of the Green Wyrm Kingdom. Within the city there was a beautiful and lavish palace. There was a beautiful green lake located inside, and in the pavilion overlooking the lake, 2 Wyrm head creatures were relaxing, their bodies naked and covered with green scales. Inside the lake itself, a number of red-scaled mermaids with exceptional looks and alluring figures were frolicking around. One of the 2 green Wyrms, who emitted a peak type 8 strength, reached out to grab a fresh and bloody human heart, taking a bite out of it as he laughed cruelly. Valentine had just a call for aid. There's some type 8 female human that had breached the Jiao Beast City. What do you think, Aisato? Aisato's brows arched as he replied, Your Majesty, defeating a type 8 human powerhouse is easy, but it would be tough to kill them. Considering the strength of our Green Wyrm Kingdom, it would be difficult to kill that human. I think we should request for the other kingdoms for aid. Every Type 8 powerhouse had their capabilities, and unless one had absolute strength to overwhelm the opponent, most of the time, a clash would only result in a win or lose. Very seldom would one be able to kill the enemy. It was especially so for human Type 8 powerhouses. Their combat strength might not be comparable to other races of the same realm, but in terms of life preservation, most human experts were more capable than foreign races. If a Type 8 expert wanted to leave, even an expert of a stronger realm might not be able to catch them. The Green Wyrm King downed a cup of virgin's blood, laughing lightly. True, with our present strength, it would be easy to defeat her, but to kill her, it would be difficult. I've already reached out to the Grey Wyrm Kingdom, the Scarlet Wyrm Kingdom, the Blue Wyrm Kingdom, and the Silver Wyrm Kingdom to request for help. The 4 kingdoms had already entered a state of vigilance, selecting their experts to organize a net around the Jiao Beast City. With a wave of his hands, a holographic image appeared, revealing the scene in the Jiao Beast City. That Type 8 powerhouse is truly a fool. If she had fled the moment she revealed herself, it would be a headache for us to deal with her. We would need to invite the 8 great Saint Kings, or even the great Emperor to act personally. However, she is actually trying to organize a human army to resist our holy race. What ignorance! Once we are done gathering our troops, it would be hard for her to flee. At that time, if we can capture her alive, I will toy with her to my heart's content before eating her. A human Type 8 powerhouse, just thinking about it is enough to make me salivate. On the display, Annie was standing in front of some human troops being trained, her gaze cold, her demeanor valiant. Beside her, there were 20 others learning to lead as well. The technology on Great Dragon Planet was incredibly advanced as well, with satellites to provide feed. The moment Jiao Beast City had fallen, a dozen satellites were in place to conduct surveillance around the clock, sending the image back to the green WYRM kingdom. Aisato looked at Annie with a hint of contempt in his eyes. What a big-breasted bimbo. She actually reckons that she could make use of the humans in Jiao Beast City to go against our holy race. It is truly foolish. Your Majesty, I will surely capture this woman alive for you to enjoy. There was a cruel smile on the face of the green WRM king. 3 days later, all troops will gather at the point. At that time, Aisato, it will be up to you. Aisato replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. 3 days later, outside the Jiao Beast City, a large number of troops gathered in all 4 directions about 100 kilometers away from the city. The Holy Race army numbered about 8 intending to surround the city. Within these forces, there were all sorts of strange equipment and preparations, including powerful and advanced cannons, as well as mechanical devices meant to capture. A huge 10,000 long battleship soared above in the skies, and in a flash of light, 12 Holy Race experts were sent down. The 12 Holy Race warriors did not look too different, but they had scales of 4 different colors, and there were 3 experts of each color. The green WRM king looked at the 12 warriors, his face smiling, as he walked up and greeted them enthusiastically. Gray WRM king, scarlet WRM king, blue WRM king, silver WRM king, glad you all could make it. This time, the Type 8 human expert would find it hard to flee. The silver WRM king licked his lips. Green WRM king, we can help you capture that female Type 8 powerhouse, but we all want to have a go at her too. When you decide to consume her, we want a part of flesh as well. We have not eaten a Type 8 powerhouse's flesh for a long time. These holy race warriors of the WRM race were all lustful creatures, and they loved mating with the females of other races. At the same time, they enjoyed slaughter and loved to consume human flesh the most. This time, the 4 kings came from their own kingdoms, interested in consuming Annie. The green WRM king laughed out loud. No problem. We will all play and eat together. The silver WRM king had a vicious glint in his eyes. In that case, since we're all prepared, let's move out. Of the 5 WYRM kingdoms, the silver WYRM race was the strongest and had the most warriors. Even on the green WYRM king's territory, he had the most authority. With that order, all the holy race warriors raised their weapons, decked in their enhanced equipment, and began to soar into the air, heading towards the Jiao Beast City. With this, over 1 million warriors flew through the air. It was a terrifying scene, to see a seemingly endless number of soldiers blocking out the skies. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! When the holy race launched their attack, the soldiers in Beast Jiao City discovered them pretty fast, and the whole city began to sound out the alarm. Hearing the alarm, many of the soldiers who had been training began to find cover as per their training. However, there were those who stared at the sky with ashen expressions, their bodies trembling. Chapter 1168 Silk Domain. The vanguard wave of the holy race had numbers exceeding the imagination of the people in the city, causing them to be filled with despair. It's over, we cannot win. We're doomed. We're going to be killed. It's over. We're so dead this time, we are going to become food for the holy race. The soldiers looked to the sky in horror, seeing the dense numbers of flying soldiers. Their expressions turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and were filled with terror. Many of them had just been trained for a short time, and their fighting morale was not high. Faced with such a scenario, they fell into despair easily. Standing atop the wall, Annie looked at the number of soldiers covering the skies, her brows furrowed. There are too many enemies. It'll be difficult for me to deal with all of them. If Annie were to go all out and utilize her domain, it would be possible for her to kill tens of thousands of enemies. However, to fend off 1 million soldiers, it was too much to ask. Don't worry, watch me. Yuzhong laughed and waved his hands. Do it? Blast them out of the skies. Yes. With a single order, all throughout Jiao Beast City, cannons appeared, pointed to the skies, and adjusted their aim swiftly. At that instant, they all fired out mercilessly, forming a rain of bullets that blasted at the skies. Under the barrage of attacks, many flying Holy Race soldiers were instantly obliterated, their bodies ripped and shredded. Bai was Yuzhong's treasure, thus, the enemy she hunted was considered Yuzhong's, and a huge amount of life force was absorbed by him, quickly healing his wounds. Life force was the simplest and purest of energy in a biological life form, with the ability to strengthen the physique, heal the soul, and nourish the spirit. Because of this, it was able to help a person evolve continuously, finally achieving the god-devil physique. There were so many cannons within the city, and under Bai Yi's control, they were able to exhibit 200% of their power. Anything beyond the 3 kilometers area of the city was directly buffeted by the attacks, causing the Holy Race soldiers to turn into mists of blood. What? So many Holy Races are being killed. So many are being killed. This Yuzhong is killing so many Holy Race warriors. Too formidable. They can't even get close. Maybe we might be able to win by following him. Maybe we can truly wipe out the Holy Races. As they watched the countless soldiers being slaughtered in the skies, not able to get close to the city, many despairing soldiers suddenly felt that there was hope. The soldiers who had already been turned into puppets began hollering at the rest of the human soldiers. Attack! Wipe out those stinky worms! Attack now and victory will belong to us, humans! By killing them, we will have a chance at survival. Otherwise, we will all be killed without a burial ground. Kill! 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 We're invincible! Under the barking of those puppets, the rest of the human soldiers finally managed to muster some courage and will to fight. They raised their weapons and began to act according to their training, getting behind cover and firing at the soldiers in the skies. With Bai Yi's incredible aim, the humans were able to exhibit a decent result, hitting each and every Holy Race soldier who burst apart. This raised their confidence and morale. Slowly, the rest of the human soldiers began to join the battle, attacking the soaring Holy Race soldiers. They no longer felt like domesticated livestock, instead, they began to feel like soldiers subconsciously. As for the Holy Races, they were not trashed either, but savage creatures. Even with so many of their comrades being killed, they did not seem to have any fear, instead, readying their own particle rifles to fire back at the city. A number of the beams blasted upon the city wall, punching many holes into it, and a few human soldiers and equipment atop the walls were also destroyed as a result. The city wall was meant to keep out humans, thus, while it was effective against human experts, to the weapons of the Holy Race it was not much. Countless beams fired out continuously at each side, and both sides began to suffer more casualties. However, as the human soldiers had cover, while the Holy Race soldiers were flying in the skies, they were the best for target practice. Hence, the Holy Race was suffering more, without achieving much. Amidst the cruel and intense battle, the Holy Race soldiers had no choice but to land on the ground and spread out, in order to minimize casualties. Annie stood beside Yuzhong, seeing that he had not yet acted personally but had already caused so much damage to the enemies, and her eyes were filled with respect. As expected, he is something else in terms of combat and warfare. Furthermore, through this battle, while the soldiers in Beast Jiao City could not be considered elites, they would have gained the confidence and will to fight the Holy Race. They were no longer trash and domesticated livestock, but a strength that could be utilized. At the center of the 5 armies, the Silver WRM King looked at the Jiao Beast City, his eyes flashing with a look of greed. Strong. I thought that woman was just a big-breasted no-brain beauty, but who knew she could train trash to such standards? I really want to eat her now. The Scarlet WRM King piped in. The probing has ended, let's do it for real. The first 1,000,000 Holy Race soldiers were just sent to probe the city. They wanted to see just how strong Annie was. In their estimations, such a number should have been sufficient to force Annie to act. Then they could assess her strength and act against her to capture her alive. They were not naive to think that 1,000,000 soldiers would be enough to defeat her. The Silver WRM King nodded in agreement. Sure. She's out. The Type 8 human powerhouse is out. Just as the Silver WRM King was about to give the order, all of a sudden, Annie, who had been staying still atop the city center, flew out and charged into the midst of the Holy Race warriors. Annie raised her hands, and numerous transparent silk strands shot out to pierce the heads of those Holy Race soldiers, directly killing them. The silk strands were like Annie's clones. As long as anything was in her range of perception, the silk strands could easily penetrate the enemies and kill them. With her full strength on display, it was like a sweeper, clearing waves after waves of Holy Race soldiers. Huge numbers of the Type 5 soldiers were slaughtered like ants, without any means to resist. All Type 8 powerhouses had the terrifying ability to manipulate atmospheric energy, and against lower-ranked opponents, it was a huge advantage. As long as Annie had enough time, she could easily wipe out this 1,000,000-strong army. The Silver WRM King watched Annie slaughtering those low-leveled Holy Race soldiers, and was not furious. Instead, he felt excited, ordering, "Very good. Very good. She's finally made her move. Her strength is at the high Type 8 realm, which is commendable for a human. However, she's not our match. Everyone attack. Catch her alive." As long as they could get her, even if they had to lose 8,000,000 Holy Race soldiers, they would not frown. After all, a Type 8 human expert could cause the Great Dragon Empire a headache if she chose to hide and use guerrilla tactic. If it came to that, only the Type 9 Emperor could deal with her. If the Type 8 powerhouse was well versed in stealth and did not act, instead, just hiding for long without any signs, then even a Type 9 powerhouse would be powerless. After all, a Type 9 powerhouse was only halfway to the true God stage, and not yet invincible. Good. Move out. The moment the Silver WRM King spoke, the 3,000,000 Holy Race soldiers immediately soared out towards the city. The 5 kings brought their strongest subordinates and turned into 14 beams that hid their aura and wore ordinary equipment, hiding among the soldiers as they headed towards Annie's location. Not long after, the 3,000,000-strong army surged towards Annie. Silk Domain. Facing that endless waves of soldiers, Annie's gaze turned chilly and activated her domain. At that instant, countless transparent silk shot out from her body, containing principles and laws as they shot out, capable of slicing even the fleshy body of a Type 9 powerhouse. The silk strands reached out to about 3 kilometers around her, slicing and cutting constantly, with her at the center, and any unfortunate Holy Race soldier that got close enough would be chopped up into fine pieces. In just a single second, over 90,000 Holy Race soldiers had been sliced apart. Chapter 1169. Defeating the Holy Race. After Annie activated her domain, the strength of her silk increased exponentially, as countless silk strands shot through the skies, slicing the numerous Holy Race soldiers into pieces of meat. Every second, over thousands were being wiped out. As she floated in midair, she was like a killing goddess, slaughtering tens of thousands of Holy Race soldiers. This was the true terror of a Type 8 powerhouse who comprehended a domain, with the ability to take out an entire country. Domain? Not bad, she's high quality. However, break for me. The Silver WRM King, who was hiding within his troops, cackled, before suddenly exploding forth with full strength. His claw came slashing as his silver dragon domain burst out, and images of silver dragons roaring encompassed the area, rushing at Annie's silk domain. As the silver dragon domain slammed in the silk domain, the countless silver dragons roared out and ravaged, tearing apart most of the silk strands, causing even the principles and laws within to disintegrate, and they could not maintain their form. Annie's comprehension into the law could not compare to the silver WRM king's. Thus, when both clashed, her domain was at a disadvantage. The green WRM king took the chance to activate his speed domain. With a terrifying acceleration that tore apart space, he appeared behind Annie mysteriously, his expression an evil grin as he grabbed at Annie's head. The rest of the kings also encroached on Annie's location from 3 different directions, sealing any possible escape. The 5 kings, who were at the half-step Type 8 realm, all shot through the skies, each of them wielding a silver spatial plate, channeling their power to activate a spatial barrier that sealed everything within a 10 kilometers radius. This spatial barrier would take 2 punches from a peak Type 8 powerhouse to break through. As long as they could hold her for that extra moment, it would be enough to injure her or to capture her alive. The lion does not hold back while hunting the rabbit, likewise, even if the Scarlet WRM King and the rest looked down on a human powerhouse when they made their move, it was all in, not giving Annie a chance. The threat of a Type 8 powerhouse was too huge, and their ability to flee was extremely high as well. If not careful, they could cause a disaster. The kings did not want to leave it to fate. Seeing that Annie was about to be captured by the green WRM king, all of a sudden, there was an area behind Annie that was filled with devil chi, as a powerful devil domain burst forth, instantly enveloping everything within a 30 kilometers radius. The claws of the green WRM king closed on thin air. Numerous devils suddenly appeared, pouncing on the holy race warriors and turning them into emaciated corpses that fell out of the sky. It seemed as though the sky was pouring dead bodies all of a sudden, and it was a shocking sight. The terrifying devil chi within the devil domain was not easy to resist, as even the 9 half-type 8 powerhouses following their kings were affected, their faces turning pale before they were all reduced to corpses. The spatial barrier also disappeared immediately. Dumb fools, since you've sent yourself up, that's great, you can all go to hell. Yuzhong walked out from the midst of the devil chi, appearing mysteriously behind the green WRM king, and with a single slap, he turned the Type 8 green WRM king into a bloody mess, while the life force was absorbed by him. When he was done absorbing that life force, as well as the numerous life force energy of the soldiers, flowed into Yuzhong's soul. Adding on to the blazing flame fruit, he quickly recovered. After he had killed the green WRM king in a single hit, Yuzhong's eyes narrowed as he eyed the rest of the holy race kings, and with a thought, he threw himself right smack in the middle of them. At that instant, the insidious devil chi began to surge around the remaining 4 WRM kings like snake. The 3 weaker WRM kings were immediately turned to emaciated corpses as their blood essences were absorbed cleanly, their dead bodies floating around in the domain. As for the silver WRM king, he was still trying his best to pit his silver dragon domain against the devil domain, forcefully holding the devil chi at bay. Since Yuzhong was still evolving constantly, the might of his god devil domain grew alongside him. Just the devil domain was able to slaughter those without domains currently. Break for me! Inside the devil domain, the silver WRM king roared out savagely, as his entire body transformed into a silver dragon that charged towards the skies, his right claw flashing about and tearing many of the devilish manifestations apart. He then charged towards the edge of the domain. Currently, he no longer had thoughts of capturing Annie. He just wanted to flee and survive this ordeal. You want to flee? Yuzhong laughed coldly, and with a thought, he appeared in front of the silver WRM king. His terrifying will then burst forth, enveloping the silver WRM king as he roared out, "Kneel!" Under the assault of the terrifying intent, the body of the silver WYRM king shuddered, and in his mind, he seemed to see Yu Zhong transform into a might giant that had no limits to his size, stretching out a massive hand intending to flatten him. The moment his consciousness was grabbed, the silver WYRM king screamed out miserably and fainted. With a finger pointed out, Yu Zhong sent a Type 8 puppet rune into the head of the silver WYRM king, turning him into his puppet. After he had taken care of those Type 8 WRMs easily, Yu Zhong expanded the devil domain, as wave after wave of devil chi enveloped the countless holy race soldiers below. As the devil clouds passed, many of the soldiers were turned into dried corpses as they fell out of the sky. By the time over 1 million holy race soldiers were wiped out by Yu Zhong, the remaining ones started to feel a sense of terror. They dispersed, pulling out their particle cannons in a bid to fire at the devil clouds. However, the cloud seemed to consume everything. Even when the beam struck the cloud, there was no reaction. At the same time, most of the automatic weapons that were brought by the WYRMs outside the city began to adjust their aim, and began firing wildly at the remaining holy race soldiers. The weapons meant to prevent Annie from escaping had suddenly turned on their masters, causing catastrophic damage to the holy race army, as many of the soldiers were punctured full of holes. The entire region outside the city had turned into a hell of blood and beams, with increasing holy race casualties, their blood seeping into the ground. At every second, there were thousands and dozens of soldiers being killed. On the road leading to Jiao Beast City, there were countless mangled corpses of the holy race soldiers. After the intense battle continued for a while, the millions of soldiers under the holy race banner who had lost their leaders and comrades began to turn tail and scrambled to flee. These holy race soldiers were beings with intelligence. If they had a leader, under absolute orders, even if faced with death, they would fight till the end. However, since 4 of the kings had been killed and the remaining's fate was unknown, adding on to the intense firepower from Jiao Beast City, Yu Zhong, as well as the automatic weapons they brought, they could no longer hold out and started to crumble. We won. We actually won. It was a huge victory. Our victory! Seeing the fleeing holy race soldiers in the skies and on the ground, the human soldiers in Jiao Beast City were filled with disbelief and overwhelming joy. They began to erupt in cheers and roars. They had originally assumed that only death awaited them for their rebellion. However, they had actually survived and achieved a great victory, killing over 3 million holy race soldiers, defeating the 8 million strong army. Such a battle result was simply unimaginable. An order was then passed: attack. Sir Yu Zhong has given the order. We will attack Green Tooth City. Attack. Wipe out those damn creatures. Attack! Having received that order, the excited soldiers finally mustered their courage, as they began boarding the numerous anti-gravity vehicles and made for the direction of Green Tooth City. With Yu Zhong's ability to deal with 1 million soldiers easily, the human soldiers were filled with bravado and excitement. Under Annie's lead, all the soldiers poured out of the city, heading towards Green Tooth City. Most of the forces within Green Tooth City had already been activated by the Green WRM King. Thus, they were easily routed and brought down by the human army, while the surviving 5,000 holy race members in the city were slaughtered mercilessly. After dealing with Green Tooth City, the human forces' morale was greatly boosted. Furthermore, they obtained even more advanced weaponry and equipment, thus raising their confidence and capabilities. The 500,000 humans within Green Tooth City were also conscripted into the forces, reorganized into the growing human army. During the reorganization and training, the forces of Jiao Beast City began to take out the surrounding cities around the region, freeing those under the Green WRM King, while bolstering their forces and further training the new recruit. With the death of the Green WRM King, the forces of the Green WRM race had been broken, and no one could stop the expansion of Annie's forces. Chapter 1170. Killing a Holy King. Other than the Emperor of the Great Dragon Empire, there were 8 Holy Kings. Each of them was a half-step Type 9 powerhouse, and were the pillars of the Empire, helping to deal with countless foreign races and powerhouses. The Gold WRM Kingdom was one of the 8 Holy Kingdoms. Their king was the Gold WRM King, one of the 8 Holy Kings. One peak Type 8 powerhouse came running into the palace of the Gold WRM King, letting out a miserable roar. Gold WRM Holy King. It's bad. Something's terrible happened. The powerful voice reverberated throughout the kingdom, and hearing that voice and message, everyone in the kingdom had a huge change in expression. Following that shocking voice, a flash of silver light charged into the palace of the Golden WRM King. Along the way, there was no one who came forward to stop the silver light, allowing it to rush straight into the palace, revealing the face of the shocked Silver WRM King. A beautiful lady in white, with long black hair, came up to the Silver WRM King and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty Silver WRM King, I'm called Kai Wei. The great Gold WRM Holy King has instructions for me to welcome you. Please come with me." The Silver WRM King had a fierce glint in his eyes as he roared out impatiently, "Bring me over quickly! Otherwise, I'll eat you in one bite." Kai Wei's body trembled slightly, as a look of fear flashed across her eyes. She replied quickly, yes. She was an absolute beauty, and had some position within the Gold WRM Kingdom. However, at the end of the day, she was still a prey, and if the Silver WRM King were to really eat her, the Gold WRM Holy King would just watch on and laugh. Kai Wei brought the Silver WRM King through a few corridors, before arriving at a garden that was filled with mist, countless fragrant flowers, and numerous beautiful ladies. It looked like a garden out of paradise. Inside the pavilion of the garden, there were 4 beings, resembling each other. To the human eyes, it would be hard to distinguish them. These were all WRM head beings of the holy race. Only the different colored scales showed a clear distinction between their races. The moment she entered the pavilion, Kai Wei's face turned horrified, as she became pale. She saw a beautiful corpse on the pavilion, and the lady had been sliced up in countless pieces, placed in front of the 4 WRMs. Seeing that beautiful corpse, there was a look of sorrow and anguish in Kai Wei's eyes. That lady was her closest friend and sister, and she had been one who received the love of the Gold WRM Holy King. To think that she would still meet with such an end. The golden-scaled Gold WRM Holy King saw the Silver WRM King coming in and smiled, extending a plate that had the bloodied head of the woman towards him. "What's the matter, Silver WRM King? Why are you so anxious? Come and taste the rare 9-een body of a young woman." Greetings Gold WRM Holy King, Silver WRM Holy King, Grey WRM Holy King, and Green WRM Holy King. I have an important matter to report. The Silver WRM King greeted them solemnly. I had gone out on an expedition earlier to hunt a Type 8 human expert, and from her hands I've gained a precious map, which reveals the location of a gold-grade treasure. What? A gold-grade treasure map? Hearing those words, the casual and relaxed expressions of the 4 Holy Kings immediately changed. A gold-grade treasure was something not any expert in the world could create. A Type 8 powerhouse possessing a gold-grade treasure could easily decimate a Type 9 powerhouse. Thus, the news of such a treasure caused shock to the 4 Holy Kings, each of them feeling a rising greed. Gold WRM Holy King, look, this is the map. The Silver WRM King took out a silver cloth, as he walked towards the Gold WRM Holy King, as he spoke loudly. The Green WRM King also knows of this map, and they had already reported to the Flame WRM Holy King. From what I know, they have already begun to move out. When the Gold WRM Holy King heard this, his gaze narrowed as he grabbed the treasure map hastily and exclaimed, "What? The Flame WRM Holy King has already made his move? Damn it! We need to hurry as well. Within the Great Dragon Empire, there was likewise internal strife for rankings and positions. The Gold WRM Holy King and the Flame WRM Holy King had bad blood between them. If it was not for the Type 9 Emperor pressuring them, they would definitely engage in a vicious clash. The remaining 3 Holy Kings also paid attention to the map. After all, not everyone could resist the allure of a gold-grade treasure. Right at that instant, Yu Zhong, who had been in stealth the entire time behind the Silver WRM King, executed his will attack that was capable of dominating even Type 9 powerhouses. In the consciousness of the 4 Holy Kings, Yu Zhong's intent transformed into a true god existence, pointing out with a finger capable of suppressing them. The 4 of them were more powerful than the Silver WRM King, however. Since they were caught off guard, they lost their senses for that very short moment. Yu Zhong took the chance to explode out with his strength, sending 4 powerful fists at the 4 Holy Kings. There were automatic defenses within the possessions of the 4 Holy Kings, each of them activated and blocking in front of Yu Zhong. These were extraordinary treasures. Even with the full might of a Type 8 powerhouse, it was hard to break them. However, Yu Zhong's god-devil physique was truly tyrannical. With a single fist, it caused the defenses to break apart, and the boundless strength struck the heads of the 4 Holy Kings, instantly bursting them. In an instant, Yu Zhong's sneak attack had successfully killed the 4 half-step Type 9 Holy Kings. If it were a frontal clash, Yu Zhong would have to execute all his trump cards in order to defeat these 4 Holy Kings. Furthermore, it might not be a successful endeavor to kill them. However, because he sneaked up on them, he had succeeded and was able to absorb their pure and abundant life force. Upon absorbing the life force of these 4 Holy Kings, Yu Zhong's soul finally recovered fully and was able to evolve further. Kai Wei stared and watched all these in stunned silence, her face turning pale, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Yu Zhong did not bother about her reaction. Instead, he turned to Silver WRM King and asked, "Silver WRM King, are you able to gather all the holy race members in this Gold WRM Kingdom?" With Yu Zhong's present strength, it was not an issue to eliminate all the holy race members in the city. The only problem was that the scope of the mission was too large. If Yu Zhong were to go on a massacre, it would alert the rest and allow them to flee. It would waste time and energy just to kill a few thousand, unlike the battle at Jiao Beast City, where he had just slaughtered as he pleased. The Silver WRM King responded in respect, "Master, I don't have that ability. I can't order the subordinates of the Gold WRM Holy King. They would not obey my instructions as well since I'm an outsider. I don't have that kind of authority here." Yu Zhong frowned. "Since that is the case, forget it. You can go and kill the holy race members as much as possible. I will go and take a walk in the treasury." The Gold WRM King City also used technology and humans for defense. Through the surveillance cameras and computers, Yu Zhong had already obtained the location of the treasury with Bai Yi's help. "Wait, sir." At this time, Kai Wei's voice sounded. She walked over bravely and bowed. "Sir, I know how to gather all the holy race members in the city. If I can help you complete this objective, I hope that Sir will grant me a wish." Yu Zhong frowned and swept her a look. "What is that? Tell me about it first." Wiping out the holy race members in the Gold WRM King City was just an idea that Yu Zhong had. If the condition of Kai Wei was too high, he would not be willing to waste time or energy on her. She kneeled on the ground, begging Yu Zhong with an earnest expression, "Please allow this lowly one to serve you, master. I am trained in the art of tending to my owner, and am considered an exemplary maidservant. I'm well versed in all sorts of daily chores, tending to management and paperwork, culinary skills, poetry, painting, dance, singing, and all sorts of entertainment skills. If you want it, I can even warm your bed for you. Please take me away and let me serve you. I will be loyal to you forever. I'm begging you, please take me away. Humans were lowly on this great dragon planet, and danger was rife. Without any backers, one would not know when they could be eaten. Kai Wei had led such a life for so long, and she hoped to rely on another human. Yuzhong looked at her and spoke blandly. All right. If you can accomplish this for me, I will promise to take you as my maid. Get up. Thank you, master. Kai Wei got up and quickly went over to the waist of the dead gold Wyrm Holy King, pulling out a small gold plate. She then handed it to Yuzhong. This is the summoning tool of the gold Wyrm Holy King. Once activated, all of the subordinates of the gold Wyrm Holy King would gather here. Chapter 1171 Evolve. Half-Step Type 9 Realm. Yuzhong took up the golden plate, and with a thought, a bout of energy was sent into it. The plate then lit up, and a strange energy wave stretched outwards in all directions. Dang! 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 His Majesty summons! Immediately, everywhere within the gold Wyrm King City, alarms rang out, and the commanders of the army were shocked, and quickly gathered their forces, soaring off towards the palace. The gold Wyrm King City was the capital of the gold Wyrm Kingdom, and its surface area was much larger than China. The total number of holy race members here numbered over 40 million, and the humans were over 500 million. Just the forces alone inside the capital numbered 2 million. The moment they received the summons, the 2 million-strong army immediately soared towards the palace. Huge armies arrived and descended from the skies, landing in the vast palace courtyard in an orderly fashion. There was not a single hint of chaos. These were elite troops that had been trained for a long time and knew their positions. At the same time, a number of huge battleships arrived and awaited orders from the gold Wyrm Holy King. Inside the palace, Kai Wei stood behind Yuzhong, eyeing the incoming troops, and her eyes were filled with fear. The pressure of these millions of holy race members was too overwhelming. However, when she saw how incomparably calm and steady Yuzhong was, her emotions started to quieten, and it felt like even if the sky came falling down, he would be able to shoulder it. All she had to do was to trust him. Yuzhong was also looking at the number of troops and laughed lightly. Very good, seems like the majority is here. Time to collect some lives. In an instant, the vast Devil Domain appeared and spread out, enveloping the entire gold Wyrm army. It reached over 50 kilometers, easily bringing all the soldiers within. Within the domain, countless devilish manifestations appeared and pounced on the soldiers of the gold Wyrm King, tearing them apart and sucking their blood essence, turning them into dried corpses. In the skies, the battleships were also invaded by the Devil Chi, as the manifestations appeared and pounced on the warriors within, devouring them. In just a few breaths, the 2 million-strong gold Wyrm King's army had been devoured by the Devil Domain, left with emaciated corpses. All the emptied battleships were then kept into Yuzhong's universe ring. After a large portion of the army was wiped out, the Devil Chi within the domain gathered together to form a huge devil of over 60 kilometers in height. The devil then opened its huge mouth and sucked in deeply, affecting all the other gold Wyrm King City's soldiers that were still en route, as a terrifying whirlpool appeared in midair, sucking all the soldiers in. The terrifying devil exerted that suction once, and over thousands of the gold Wyrm city soldiers were turned into emaciated corpses that dropped out of the sky. The entire city erupted in chaos upon seeing that massacre of soldiers, as countless humans started to flee out of the city. Kai Wei stood one side, staring with shock at the rate of how Yuzhong was slaughtering the holy race soldiers. Strong? He is really so strong. I've managed to follow the right person. After evolving to the peak type 8 realm, Yuzhong's strength had undergone another earth-shaking change. As long as he went all out, just him alone could easily wipe out an entire race that was weaker than him. He was truly nearing the peak of strength. Once he had wiped out over 2 million elites, Yuzhong could sense the inner energy circulating within him increasing once more. Adding on to the life force he obtained from killing the 4 holy kings, he was already near the bottleneck. Time to go. Yuzhong turned around and headed further into the palace. Along the way, there were many remaining experts of the Gold Wyrm King, however, before they had the chance to act, Yuzhong would raise his hand casually and destroy their brains with energy, their life force surging into him. Under Bai Yi's instructions, Yuzhong passed through numerous alleys, and came in front of the secret treasury. In front of the treasury, there were 2 half-step Type 8 Gold Wyrm experts. As Yuzhong arrived, they opened their eyes and stared at Yuzhong and barked out, "Who are you, people?" Yuzhong had no intentions to waste his breath on them, directly pointing with his finger and 2 energy blades sliced their heads off. Die! Facing the defense-packed door, Yuzhong just punched out at it and the explosive strength from his god-devil physique burst out, directly causing the door to crumple. He then stepped into the treasury. Within the treasury belonging to the Gold Wyrm Holy King, there were many precious stones, mutant beast nuclei, heavenly treasures, and all sorts of advanced warfare equipment. It was truly abundant. Yuzhong swept them all a glance, without much interest. They were of use to him, but not personally, as his strength would not suddenly increase by utilizing all of these. While the treasures were abundant, it could not compare to the one in the Mech Empire. After all, one was a true Type 9 expert storage, while this was just a half-step Type 9 powerhouse. Yuzhong's gaze swept past the treasures, when all of a sudden, he was attracted to one particular object. In the midst of all the treasures, there was a small spring of clear water. At the center, there was a plant that had 7 rainbow-colored leaves, with 3 rainbow-colored fruit. When Yuzhong saw the fruits, his eyes lit up. That's the rainbow dragon blood fruit. The legends say that it could only grow in the blood of a dragon true god powerhouse, and it would only produce a rare fruit every 10,000 years. There have been records in the great god world, but none has ever been seen. If a Type 9 powerhouse were to consume one, it would nourish the body. Who would have thought that I could come across such a fruit here? Yuzhong waved his hands and the energy surrounding him grabbed out at all the treasures, sweeping them all into his universe ring, emptying the entire treasury. It's missing one, seems like the Gold Wyrm Holy King consumed one. Yuzhong walked up to the rainbow dragon blood fruit, only to discover one obvious hole. Evidently, one of the fruits had been taken. Yuzhong reached out and plucked all 3, before throwing them into his mouth. He chewed a while and swallowed it. The moment those 3 fruits entered his abdomen, they turned into a number of rainbow-colored dragon-shaped energy beams that rushed through his body. There was a loud crack, and his body almost split apart, as gold blood started to flow out of him, turning him entire golden. The medicinal properties of the rainbow dragon blood fruit were extremely strong. Even the Gold Wyrm Holy King needed a long time to fully digest and refine a single fruit. If an ordinary person were to consume one, he or she would be burnt alive by the power of the fruit. The energy from the 3 fruits continued to surge through his body, breaking it apart and nourishing it further, making him even stronger. The accumulated life force within him was also ignited by the commotion, and charged right through his consciousness, turned into golden yuan qi by his god-devil nucleus, merging with the energy of the rainbow dragon blood fruit, entering his bones. Under the assault of the yuan qi, Yuzhong's bones were continuously evolving, turning into indestructible godlike bones. The process took an entire day and night. I've finally reached the half-step Type 9 realm. Yuzhong opened his eyes as 2 sacred lights shot out. He could sense that his body had been strengthened more than dozens of times. He had finally broken through to the half-step Type 9 stage. As long as he comprehended spatial laws and accumulated enough strength, he would be able to reach the Type 9 stage, lording over those of the same class, and becoming a true peak expert. Yu Zhong turned to look and saw Kai Wei kneeling beside him, holding a wet towel and wiping his face for him. Chapter 1172. Controlling the Gold Wyrm King City. Kai Wei saw Yu Zhong open his eyes, and could not help but exclaim with joy, "Master, you're awake. That's great." Yu Zhong was her current backer. If he were to die, her future would be bleak. That was why when she saw Yu Zhong's body suddenly breaking down and golden blood flowing everywhere, she had been terrified. During his coma, Kai Wei had been taking care of him. After reaching the peak Type 8 realm, his god-devil physique was incredibly tough. Few could actually hurt him. Furthermore, there was the loyal puppet Silver Wyrm King watching over him. Even if Kai Wei, with her Type 2 realm, wanted to hurt him, she would definitely die horribly. Furthermore, due to her weak strength, even if Yu Zhong were to let her hack him, she would not succeed. "You're decent. Kai Wei, I will give you control over a unit. You take them and go wipe out all the holy race members in the city while maintaining peace and order for the humans." With a wave of his hands, an entire fleet of mechs appeared, filling up the armory. When Kai Wei heard those words, she panicked and hastily declined. "Master, I can't. I don't have that sort of experience." Yu Zhong's gaze narrowed as he stared at her and spoke, "No. If I say you can, you can. I'm handing you control over these mechs to kill those holy race warriors. All you have to do is to give the command. Maintain order and eliminate anyone who disobeys or go against us. I have things to do. When I'm done, I will come back for you. This unit is enough to ensure your safety." The main force of the Gold Wyrm Holy King had already been slaughtered by Yu Zhong. Although there were a number of remaining Gold Wyrms, they were not gathered or orderly, thus, 200,000 mechs were enough to wipe them out. The number of mutant beast nuclei he obtained from this city was also enough to sustain such an operation. Kai Wei felt the resoluteness of Yu Zhong, and took a look at the awe-inspiring mechs, thus, gritting her teeth to reply, "Yes." Yu Zhong ordered coldly, "I hope that when I'm back, all those who had hunted humans would be turned into corpses as well." When Kai Wei heard that, she exclaimed out of shock, "Master, if that's the case, there would be at least 10 million guilty humans. Are you sure?" The Gold Wyrm King City was the imperial city of the Gold Wyrm King. Thus, most of the humans here were loyal dogs, and had participated in the hunting and capturing of their own kind. If Yu Zhong insisted on punishing them, over 10 million people would be put to death. Yu Zhong's gaze narrowed. "Those inhumane bastards do not deserve to live. Carry out my order." Kai Wei could only nod and reply respectfully, "Yes." After handing the city to Kai Wei and the 200,000 mechs, Yu Zhong disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the mechs immediately launched into combat, forming various units and slaughtered their way through the city, eliminating any Gold Wyrm on sight. Many of the holy races were heavily injured and killed without mercy, while their friends tried to flee. Inside a small alleyway, a dozen particle cannon-wielding mechs were patrolling. Suddenly, they adjusted their aims and fired at a small house. A number of beams blasted into the room, and the 6 Gold Wyrm experts who were laying in the ambush were instantly punctured full of holes. The sentient mechs were equipped with the latest biological scanners, and no matter where the Gold Wyrms hid, they would be taken out easily. There were a number of brave and courageous Gold Wyrm warriors who tried to attack the mech army head-on. However, before they could even turn around or raise their weapons, they would be struck dead. Compared to biological life forms, these sentient mechs had an advantage, in the sense that, as long as there was enough power from the mutant beast nuclei, they could fight forever without getting tired, and were truly formidable soldiers. Of the 200,000-strong army, every 500 mechs would form one unit, dispersing in 400 different directions, and slaughtering the holy race members inside the gold WYRM King City. Every second, the death toll was rising, as screams and roars of misery and anguish rang throughout the city. Sector C-765 has been cleared. The 345th unit is heading towards Sector C-767, estimated time for clearing, 30 minutes. Sector C-723 has been cleared. 312th unit is heading towards Sector C-728, estimated time for clearing, 30 minutes. Kai Wei sat in a makeshift command post, as a huge display screen was in front of her, giving her full view of the 400 units massacring the holy race members, advancing through the city. She thought excitedly, so strong. This army is really invincible. The holy race cannot even fight back. Unbelievable! It seems like it's not impossible to wipe out all the holy race members from the gold WRM King City. Initially, Kai Wei was worried that she had no experience in commanding. Even if she was given a huge army, she would not be able to utilize, but now her worries were all gone. A large human unit appeared in Sector B-436. Their commander is Marquis and Jia. These are the hunting party members. 211th unit will proceed to wipe them out. Please authorize mission. Right at this time, there was a notification from the communicator. Hearing this, Kai Wei finally understood why Yu Zhong handed her such authority. It was for her to determine if the humans should be killed or spared. Yu Zhong was not too sure about the situation here, thus, he could only rely on Kai Wei's discernment and judgment. Kai Wei's thoughts flashed to this point, and she gritted her teeth to pass the command. Mission authorized, clean them up. Marquis and Jia was one of the most loyal dogs of the holy race within the gold WYRM King City, and the number of fellow humans that had died at his hands numbered over thousands. Even Kai Wei's family had been broken apart due to him, and she was rounded up and presented to the gold WRM Holy King. After receiving Kai Wei's order, 5,000 mechs immediately adjusted their directions and headed towards a particularly lavish mansion to attack it. Under the numerous beams, the manor of Marquis and Jia was torn apart, and the 1,000 people inside were shredded apart. With the frenzied assault of the mechs, the gold WYRM race, as well as their human hunting parties, were all cleansed. The entire city was thrown into panic and fear, while Kai Wei took the chance to announce the fall of the gold WYRM King rule and established the new human government. Together with the might of the 200,000 mechs, the rest of the humans maintained their silence and watched as Kai Wei pushed on ahead. The new human government did not see many newcomers interested in joining. Many were still fearful that the moment they joined when the rest of the holy race were to get wind, they would be punished alongside. However, there were many humans who had deep hatred against the holy race as well, many of them living in fear of being food for the holy race, or watched their loved ones being captured to be devoured. These people joined and swiftly helped build up the new government, controlling and maintaining peace and order. The Great Dragon Holyland was the imperial capital of the Great Dragon Empire and their core strength. It occupied a huge area and was even larger than Russia on Earth. There were many floating mechanical fortresses in the skies above the Holyland. 30 battleships continued to orbit and patrol around the Great Dragon Holyland. Within the Holyland, all the elites of the Great Dragon Empire were gathered. The numbers of the Type 7 powerhouses alone numbered more than 1 million. At the same time, other than the holy race, there were a few other races including humans, and of these foreign races, the males were handsome, the ladies beautiful. Those who were ugly or ordinary would have been put to death or devoured by the holy race. As for the good-looking ones, they were the toys of the holy race. The WRM race were incredibly lustful in nature. Even the females had droves of good-looking males serving them. After they were done, they would then rip the throats of the human males apart and devour them. It was extremely gruesome. At the center of the Holy Land, there was a huge crystal island of 900 square kilometers, and beneath it, one could see many spiritual dragon veins. The amount of energy accumulated around those veins could surpass even the mutating Earth. As these dragon veins supported the palace, the amount of energy was simply too abundant, as all sorts of strange and rare flowers and plants grew. It was a cultivation heaven for anyone. At the center of the floating crystal island was a scarlet crystal palace of about 100 m in height. This belonged to the foremost expert of the great dragon empire, which was the Type 9 Emperor. Only he had the qualifications to reside over such a lavish and spiritual resource. Chapter 1173. Half-God Aji Hong. A silver beam of light descended from the skies, flying towards the floating island. Following two shouts, two half-step Type 8 gold WYRM powerhouses stepped forward with their spears pointed at the incoming target. Halt! A few half-step Type 8 auras burst forth from various parts of the floating island, no lesser than 1,000. When the silver light rescinded, the silhouette of the Silver WRM King was revealed. "I'm the Silver WRM King. I have an important matter to report to His Majesty Aji Hong." One of the gold WRM powerhouses spoke solemnly. "Wait a moment, we will go relay the message." The other gold WRM expert immediately soared into the Scarlet Crystal Palace, and did not take long before flying out. "Silver WRM King, His Majesty will see you, come with me." Under the lead of the gold WRM expert, the Silver WRM King entered the palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, there were many experts. The weakest servant was still at least a Type 7 powerhouse. Outside, any one of them could be a city lord, but here they were just mere guards. After passing through the long corridors, the guard led the Silver WRM King into the deepest parts of the palace. Inside the deepest part of the palace, where there were many rune engravings of mystical dragons, drakes, and WRMs all over the palace, sat a powerful being, with a true dragon head. His upper body was naked, and two beautiful busty ladies sat beside him, while he exuded a powerful aura, his pupils sharp as they stared coldly at the Silver WRM King who had entered. This was the strongest expert of the entire Great Dragon Empire, who had true dragon veins, half-god Aji Hong. When the Silver WRM King saw Aji Hong, he immediately kneeled and exclaimed, "Your subject greets your Majesty. May your Majesty last beyond eternity." Aji Hong's gaze was cold, as he shot the Silver WRM King a condescending gaze, without calling for him to stand, instead commanded coolly, "What's the matter, speak." The Silver WRM King continued to kneel, while reporting, "Your Majesty, the Gold WRM Holy King had been killed, and my Silver WRM Kingdom had also been destroyed." When Aji Hong heard this, his gaze narrowed as his tone turned frosty. "Who was it?" The moment his killing intent billowed out, the two busty beauties beside him felt short of breath, their bodies turning clammy as though they were about to die, and their expressions ashen. Type 9 powerhouses were close to the god realm. They could easily slaughter a person with thought alone. The Silver WRM King opened his right hand, and sent a crystal imaging sphere towards Aji Hong. "Your Majesty, your subject has managed to record everything, please accept this. There's also the secret of a gold-grade treasure within, please look at it privately." The action of the Silver WRM King was a little overboard, and there was a look of unhappiness in Aji Hong's eyes, but the moment he heard that there was a secret about a gold-grade treasure, he could not help but be moved, and ignored the action. Secret of a gold-grade treasure? A gold-grade treasure could only be created by a true god expert, and each of them was extremely precious. Many Type 9 powerhouses did not even possess one. At the moment the crystal sphere flew towards Aji Hong, Yu Zhong, who had been in stealth, punched out with a mighty fist, bringing a destructive strength aimed at the Type 9 being. Yu Zhong's speed was terrifying, and Aji Hong did not have the chance to react when Yu Zhong's fist already slammed into his chest. Aji Hong spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his body soaring back swiftly as he slammed into the palace behind him, causing many fractures of the structure. The body of a half-god was incredibly resilient. If it had been any other half-step Type 9 powerhouse, that blow of Yu Zhong was enough to crush their being. However, Aji Hong just spat out a mouth of blood, without a single bone broken. The two beauties beside Aji Hong disintegrated from the resulting shockwave. Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold as he continued to shoot towards Aji Hong. "Damn you! You dare hurt me? Impertinent! I will roast you alive and eat you!" There was a furious glint in Aji Hong's eyes as he roared and slashed out in front of him, creating a spatial rift. The moment the rift appeared, a strong suction force began to exert outwards, enveloping Yu Zhong and pulling him towards it. All Type 9 powerhouses could control space as they willed it, and they could open portal gates, using them for offense and defense, and it was the main advantage they had over Type 8 powerhouses. With a thought, the radiant battleship in the void shot out a beam to negate the spatial rift, and he passed through it to appear in front of Aji Hong, punching out once more. Scram! Aji Hong was, after all, a true Type 9 powerhouse. Roaring in rage, his right claw slashed out, containing draconic laws, slamming into Yu Zhong's right hand. With a loud boom, Yu Zhong was sent flying back a few hundred meters, slamming into countless crystals. The intent within Aji Hong's attack also slammed into his consciousness. However, his will was much stronger after the baptism and refining, exceeded even that of Aji Hong's. Thus, the intent was instantly shredded apart. On the other side, Aji Hong had been sent back a few hundred meters from the impact as well. He spat out a mouthful of gold blood, his eyes full of shock. "Your physique is able to contend against mine? Extraordinary! In this world, only those who had gone through the baptism of the system could gain such a body. You must be Earth's first oracle, Yu Zhong." As a half-god existence, his thought process had long surpassed computers. In a flash, he had guessed Yu Zhong's background. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he slapped out at two approaching half-step Type 8 powerhouses, turning them into minced meat. "You know too much. Seems like your great dragon empire has already infiltrated Earth." "That's right. Yu Zhong, your balls are sure big. You think that your god-devil physique is so great? If you had reached the Type 9 realm, I would have fled the moment I saw you. However, you're not there yet and you dare antagonize me? You're just in time for me to consume, and after a long period of secluded cultivation, I will have a chance to reach the Type 10 realm. Go to hell. True dragon descends upon the world." Aji Hong glanced at Yu Zhong with a look of greed, as he spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and immediately began casting his strongest art. Aji Hong quickly transformed into a terrifying dragon, emitting a powerful pressure. He was easily over 100 meters long, each of his scale containing a hint of a true dragon's image. With a loud howl, he descended towards Yu Zhong, intending to grab at him. This true dragon descent was a skill that Aji Hong had discovered within this planet upon reaching the Type 9 realm. It was formidable and could defeat those of the same realm. Each time he raged, he could easily cause mountains to topple and the earth to split. When he struck, the entire floating island began to shudder, as a number of rocks and stones dislodged, dropping toward the ground beneath. Facing that hit, Yu Zhong could sense clearly the surrounding space had been sealed by Aji Hong. Everything seemed against him, and he could only face the attack head-on. "Aji Hong, if you want to kill me, you're still not qualified. Become my evolving nutrients." There was a cold look in Yu Zhong's eyes as he channeled his universe ring. An entire galaxy appeared in front of him as he sent it out to the sky. What an amazing secret technique! However, you have revealed yourself even before comprehending a domain. You don't deserve to utilize such a move. The move was exquisite, but the user is trash. Just die. Aji Hong laughed coldly, his dragon form reaching out to grab, as countless true dragon images continued to follow and attack anyone along the way, forcefully dissipating the galaxy that appeared. A Type 9 powerhouse could bring laws directly into their domain, and their own bodies were their own domains. Thus, when Yuzhong had just attacked Aji Hong, it was no wonder he escaped. Aji Hong had a vicious glint, trying to destroy the universe ring. His true dragon images suppressed Yuzhong. Type 9 powerhouse, truly extraordinary. However, today you will still lose at my hands. Armor. Facing that seemingly impossible attack, Yuzhong's eyes turned cold, as he barked out and a radiant armor appeared on him. After donning the Type 9 gold battle armor, the Type 9 nucleus and 36 Type 8 nuclei all lit up, as a powerful strength surged into Yuzhong's body, forcefully pushing his strength to the Type 9 realm. Aji Hong, just die! With the help of the gold battle armor, Yuzhong faced Aji Hong, and in an instant, he exploded out with thousands of punches, as though beams of gold were pummeling at the dragon that was Aji Hong. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.